football fans, how are we? I know you'll be expecting a different person in the studio this afternoon, but unfortunately you're stuck with me. But do you know what? We'll get the best guest that we can. We'll get Johnny Bailey. Johnny, how are you?
The gruesome twosome.
The gruesome twosome, yes, indeed, indeed. By the way, what are we doing stuck inside a sweaty studio on a day like this?
Mate, I couldn't believe it. So when you look at the fixtures as well, we could have been at Lanark, we could have been at Lark Hall, we could have been over at sunny Barhead. No, they're away at Yoker. We could have been at Clydebank. We could have been watching Clydebank v Musselburgh.
Are you kidding me? We could have been at Renfrew, Petershill.
We could have been at Renfrew, of course. Sorry, Des, but no. Listen, I think we're in the best possible place in order to bring all of the action to everybody that's watching, listening, and make sure that we're here for every twist and turn, because I guarantee first division, second division, third division, and even the fourth division, there's going to be twists and turns all afternoon, and I can't wait.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree. I think since the West of Scotland inception, I think this is probably the most in-depth and most meaningful weekend that we've had. I can't remember any league division going down to the final day with so many teams having so much to play for. No,
it's brilliant. It's I was actually talking to Martin Montgomery, St Anthony's manager, and I was saying about the whole reconstruction stuff when it happened. We obviously weren't sure how it was going to look, but what it has done is it's brought a real competitive nature to the leagues, especially at the top end of the tables. And I think most of the relegation spots are all kind of accounted for, but at the top of the table, which I suppose is where you're wanting the most excitement, it's absolutely brilliant. It's great to see, as we said, all three divisions still with promotion spots and title aspirations up for grabs.
Yeah. I know we put a lot of things down to the teams on the park, but a lot of the credit has to go to the coaching teams and the committees and the management behind it as well, because they've backed these guys to get their teams into that position, and it's not a simple job. You've been there, I've been there. It's not it might be a part-time level, but it's not a part-time job.
I know, and even teams that have come down last year, your likes of your Neilston, your Kello coming back up, Port Glasgow going back up, things like that, who, when you get relegated, the first thought is, can we get back up to the level that we're at before? But then you look at Whitlets, who I would imagine have got aspirations to go even higher, teams like that. You're looking at teams that are maybe overachieving, like Renfrew and Muirkirk and co-winning maybe for where they were at the start of the season. So there's so many stories intertwined into the league this season. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. I think, as we said, I've just clicked on there. Obviously I missed a couple of minutes there, is what we said. In my generation, I've never seen a bigger interest in the last day of the season. It's just gone down so much. As we said, teams that are going down, they're not going down without a fight. They're not going down with hopes of coming back up. You always had Monty on with St Anthony's. I was listening to his interview. How positive has he got about his next season as well?
I know, it was infectious, wasn't it?
I
remember when Gary for VSN was in the studio with me, and he had just been over to see Martin, and that was the thing that he said, was he's got a real infectious enthusiasm, which really came across when I spoke to him last week. And I think he'll be keen to get his own players in and put his own stamp in that squad and try and get them promoted back up into the second division next year.
Do you think he's going to solely rely on the sort of 20s route where he knows from, or will he be tapping into...
He says he's got lots of irons in the fire just now, certainly, but it's one of those things, Des, you'll know this as well, when you've been relegated it can be difficult to try and attract players to come and play for you because you've just been relegated, so players automatically look at that in a negative light sometimes, so it's about changing that mindset into, okay, we've had a bad season last year, but we're actually going into a league where we can compete, win games, you'll enjoy your football because we'll be competitive, if not winning games in a lot of these leagues, like for instance Neilston have done this year, you know, because I watched Neilston last year, I know we'll talk about them later, but I watched Neilston last year and I thought they were really, really poor, but by all accounts this year they've been outstanding. So in order to turn that mindset from having a tough season, being beat nearly every week, to going winning every week, it just changes everything throughout a football club. It's magnificent.
Yeah, see, that's a bit I've going on, because obviously we know St Anthony's, the guys aren't getting paid money. So what I would say to any young player or any experienced person, do you know what? Do you want to have a chance to win something? You can come here. We've came down from League above. We've got a right good chance of getting back in there. And what do you want at the end of the season? And what do you want at the end of your career? You want to know things you've won, don't you? You want to have that medal in the cabinet, so to speak. So I would expect that St Anthony's and under Monty, and say, I listened to the interview with you, I bought into him.
Oh, aye.
So if I'm buying into him, I would like to think that a lot of players would be buying into him as well.
And it's great. I think you look at all these, the managers that are the kind of relatively new managers. I sound like I'm plugging my own show here. This is because PG's not here. I'm getting to actually just talk about my show.
No, you just get to talk.
But I know, to be fair. But even like Kenny Henderson at St Peters, who was amazing. Michael Penders at Knightswood. Michael's maybe not as new a manager as say Kenny and Martin are, but their enthusiasm for the game and their love of the game is so infectious. And if we get more of these young, enthusiastic managers in the door and we give them time to mould teams the way that they want to mould them, and create them in their own vision, and be patient, that is the key. You need to be patient and give these guys time. Then I think we'll see the benefit of it and further down the line, because you only need to look at the Premier League. How long has Gordon Moffat been at Clydebank? And
he came in there just during COVID, didn't he?
And they've not. So you would look at them and say, right, okay, have they maybe achieved everything that they wanted to achieve as a club from the minute he walked in the door? Maybe not, but they've stuck with him. They've got that continuity. The team that's sitting second in the league has got the longest serving manager at the level in Auchinleck. So continuity works. I genuinely believe it. If you think you've got the right manager, you need to give him time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's something that we've spoke about at length over the last few weeks, that Clydebank's success this year is not a one season success. It's been built upon. What Gordon's done is he's formed a team and just added bit by bit. Yes, this year he's added quality. I mean, bringing in David Syme, he's played every minute of every game. He's brought in Jordan Leishman, arguably the best goalkeeper.
Andy Leishman.
He's brought in Andy. He's got Nicky Little up front. He's got Nicky Lowe. He's got the boy Gallagher in the park. He's got quality all over the field. But it's been a jigsaw. He's put it together. Yeah. And it's no surprise that they're going on and win the league. And we've got a couple of comments from Moff later on. The best teams in the league, but again, that's shown that that committees are willing to show managers a bit of commitment and a bit of loyalty, and that's what you get. You can't expect a manager to turn over a team in 6 months. No, and he added a spine this year, if you think about it, because he brought in Andy and nets, he brought David in centre half, signed Dean Cairns for Darvel, central midfield, and then brought in Keir Sampson as well up front, and then added further down the line, brought in Aaron Black towards the end of the season as well, just gives that wee injection, a wee boost. So he's been really clever in his transfer targets this season, and it's obviously paid dividends, and we wish them all the best in today's game against Musselburgh. Do you know what? I'm really confident that they'll get a result there today. I think the West League outweighs the East. Sorry, but if anybody from the East listens to this, but I think the West Division is far more competitive and far more compliant with going up. And I think that if Clydebank go up, I think they'll stay up.
I mean, I think if you look at the East, if you take it back maybe 5 years and you were to name the biggest and best teams, if you like, in the East, you'd be looking at Broxburn, Linlithgow, Tranent, but you would also mention Musselburgh. I think they would be traditionally one of the bigger teams over there, so I think it'll be a tough game. I think it'll be a really tough game for them over in the East, but I still think that Clydebank will have enough to do it. Yeah, I'd like to think so. So going into today, we've also got lots of very meaningful fixtures that we'll touch on. But we'll start off in the Premier League. Pollock and Talbot. What's your thoughts, Johnny? Who knows? Auchinleck wrapped up second spot in the league this year, which is a positive season for them. They'll be looking to build into next year. Pollock have kind of stumbled across the line, if you like, towards the end of the season, but it'll be interesting to see what they do next year. I think, for me, Auchinleck are pretty set as to where they are going into next season. I think they'll maybe add a couple will go, a couple will come in, but I don't see it being wholesale changes the way it's been in the last couple of years. I think they'll just progress as they go, and then I think they will. And then I think Pollock, it'll be interesting to see where they go from here, because I don't know what the situation is like financially with them, things like the park. I don't know the manager, where the manager's entirely happy. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next over the course of the close season with Pollock. I think they'll be the more interesting story over the summer than Auchinleck.
Yeah, I think that Maxie's is, again, we've spoken about it a number of times. I don't think Maxie's been dealt the hand that he thought he was getting. It will be interesting to see what goes forward. He's worked wonders to keep them in the league and playing, and he's shown a lot of faith in young players. But will he stay? I think, and I don't mean this in a bad way, I don't think he's stubborn. I think he's proud, and I think he'll want to finish the job that he started. I don't think they'll walk away from that, and I think he'll want to show the public and say, look, we're not the Pollock that you thought we are and that you think we are, but I'm going to get you results. I think that's the personality that Maxie has.
I think I agree with you. I think it just depends on what expectations are put on him. You know, what are the aspirations and the expectations of the Pollock committee and supporters going into next season, and I think that could have a big bearing on what happens there.
Personally, I think that the committee they need to realign where they think, and then if that filters down to Maxie, then they can regenerate it. It almost feels like Maxie back at Rob Roy. That's the sort of feeling I get with Pollock at this moment in time, and I wouldn't out bracket them at the same performance level, club level and size level and expectation level. Yes, Pollock are the top team in the West of Scotland by name, but I think they need to reevaluate, because when was the last time they won anything meaningful?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
I would. Do you know how far back I would go? I would go back to when I was refereeing. I would probably say
Tony Mack won he won the league. Did they win the West as well at some point back there? If you're watching on YouTube and you happen to be a Pollock fan, let us know.
What you back to? About 15 years maybe?
Is that how long?
I would say it's probably around then.
So I mean, it's been a while, but like you said, it almost feels like it was with Stuart at Rob Roy, which I'm sure that's not what you signed up for.
No, it's definitely not.
You know, so but I agree with you. I think he'll stay. He's shown himself to be a more than competent manager over the years, a very good manager in fact, and I think if they can get everything aligned off the park, then they can try and progress on it, you know, because there's no doubt that Stuart will be able to get good players in and make them into a winning side, but I just feel there needs to be a complete alignment from the top all the way down to the bottom, because I just don't feel that that's there at the minute.
Yeah, and it has to stay there for a prolonged period of time. It has to be, this is the line we're on, and it's a straight line. It's not going down, going left, going right, going across. Nobody can get any sluggy to that. Talbot, as we've already said, they were down the league for a lot of the season. You just can never write them off. They've won the West. They're getting themselves right back in there. They've not really got any massive stars this year, have they? Like main players that you would go back to and you think of it. But do you know what? Tucker always gets results.
I know, and I think it's just taking them a bit of time to get it all ticking. You know, they've had a lot of draws this year, which I think affected the league position, especially at the start of the season. I think they were struggling for goals a wee bit at the start of the season, but then they managed to get McAvoy started scoring and Boyd started scoring, and then they just seemed to start motoring and get going and stuff. And like you said, they've won a trophy again, which is just what Auchinleck do. And as I said, I think Tommy Sloan will be looking at his side and saying that that's been a real positive season, and if he can add, like I said, maybe a couple. I think they maybe need a goalkeeper. A more kind of, if I was them, I'd be trying to find, if they can, they're not easy to find, but an experienced number one to just to give them that calmness at the back, and then maybe a midfielder and a striker, a bit similar to the way that Clydebank approached the summer. You know, but is that Tommy Sloan's style?
That's not really what he normally does, is it?
I know.
But then again, is Tommy going to be the guy who's in the hot seat next year?
Well, I haven't heard different. Have you, Des?
I've not heard anything different. I've not heard anything.
I'd be
different.
surprised if he wasn't. I think finishing second in the league and winning the West, I don't see any reason why there would be any. Even if he was thinking about it, if I was the Auchinleck committee, I would be telling him, no, you're okay. You can.
No, listen, I don't think Auchinleck committee could have anything to say to Tommy. Tommy, it's up to his prerogative.
Aye, but that's what I mean. If he was even thinking about it, I think the Auchinleck
I'm
committee
just-
should be doing everything they can to change his mind.
I'm just looking at the points difference here. Clydebank are on 77, Talbot are on 57. When has Talbot ever been 20 points behind a league winner?
I know,
That just
but
shows you how good Clydebank have been this year.
That's
It's
what I was
not-
going to
it's
say.
not a negative to Auchinleck, it's a positive to Clydebank.
Mhm. That's what I was going to say. This season's been a bit of an outlier with Clydebank going unbeaten almost for the majority of the season, losing one game all season. It's been a freak season, but I mean that in the best possible way in terms of how Clydebank have performed, and I don't think anybody could have lived with them in this season. It's just like they brought those players in, everything's just came right, and as I said, I just hope that they go and do the business against Musselburgh today and next week and get out the league, because I think if they came down again, if they stayed in the league, I think we would be looking at a similar kind of story next year, unfortunately. And not to say that I just say I don't want that, because I want it to be like the rest of the divisions where we're sitting here in a year's time, you and I and PG maybe if he's not got some other commitment, we're sitting here looking at the Premier Division with maybe 2 or 3 teams with an opportunity to win it and then go into the playoff. That would be just as exciting, you know. So I don't mean it in a bad way to Clydebank, they've done magnificent, but for our point of view, as guys that cover the league, we want it to be exciting and nail-biting and right down to the wire.
Absolutely. And Murdy's obviously done a great job at Johnson Borough. They'll be more competitive next year as well, because they're not going backwards, they're going forwards. They've got plans and aspirations off the pitch, and that's going to be reflected on. So I would expect Johnson Borough to be.
And I think if you look at so I've just had a quick look at the league table from last year. Beath won the league last year with 60 points. If Auchinleck beat Pollok today, they go to 60 points.
60.
So that would have been a league winning performance this time last year.
Yeah.
You know, so that if you take Clydebank out of the equation, then that shows you when. I mean, I was part of it, sitting talking about Auchinleck going through a bit of a transitional period this season, but they're sitting now with a points total that would have won them the league last year. So
Looking at the league as it's sitting just now, who would you say is take Clydebank aside, because they've been awesome. Who would you say has been the biggest turnaround or the biggest success this season in that Premier League? There's one team that sticks out to me.
well, for me, I would say Chapel, just for the fact that they've came up from the league below and competed at the top end of the table for so long, and now sitting comfortably 6th in the league. Finishing 6th in the Premier League in your first season has got to be a massive positive, and again it'll be interesting to see if they can push on again next year, because they'll probably overachieve maybe to where we would have expected them to be. I would expect them to stay up this year. I would expect them to be kind of mid-table, but to be so competitive at the top, I think has been a massive achievement, and it'll be interesting to see them next year. But I would say them and probably Troon would be the other one.
That's the two teams that stick out to me. Troon are always a middle of the road team for me. I know they've got a wee bit of backing down there, they've got brilliant facilities. Troon for holding it together so long, because they were sitting second for such a long time. Troon, big deal, Burgess in goals down there. Troon and Drum, if you're coming up from the first division, I know they've came up. Your first point of call is stay in the league, but they've more than stayed in the league. They've been really competitive. I think Hoppy's done tremendous, absolutely tremendous. The other one that I was thinking of is, and it's came really later on, Cumnock, because they were out of the picture for such a long time. I know Swifties went in there, he's had to build a new team, a lot of injuries. It's taken a bit of time, but they found form at the right time.
up until about 6 weeks ago, we were talking them as potential relegation candidates.
Yeah.
You know, and for them then to go on and finish 7th in the league is an incredible turnaround, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier about continuity and keeping faith in the manager. If you think he's the right person for the job, keep faith in him, believe in what he's doing, and then hopefully things will come good. But I know they really struggled with injuries at the start of the season. It looks like they've got players back, but their form in the last 10, I think if you look at the last 10 games, I think they're sitting third in the form table, second or third in the form table. So their finish to the season has been incredible, and I think if they build again, then they could be contenders next year.
I'm just looking through that. So the recent games, they've won 4-3 away against Drumchapel. They drew against Largs, that's no mean feat, drawing down at Barfields. They've beaten Beath away. They've beaten Cumnock at home. Beaten Hurlford away. Drew at Shotts. Beaten Borough. Beaten Darvel. Beaten Cumnock. Beaten St Cadoc's. I mean, that's a really run of form. The last game they lost was the 19th of March.
9 unbeaten. To finish the season is great. It's just a shame that it's maybe came a bit late, because you'd like to have that kind of thing at the start of the season, and then you can try and consolidate position at the top of the table and maybe see what happens.
Yeah.
But I think Stephen Swift will maybe have felt a wee bit like he's been fighting fires at the start of the season, because they've been down the bottom end, and then it's just all kind of came into place and kind of clicked going into the second half of the season. So yeah, I think I could see them being up the top end of the table next year if they build again and they continue this good form.
And that'll attract players as well, because of the current form they're in and what they've got as a facility and what they've got as a club. That should attract other players. So I've said about teams that have achieved and overachieved. What about teams that have underachieved?
I think the obvious one is probably Darvel, I would say, but we know it's one of those things where we know that they've had their issues financially and off the park and things, but I don't think anybody would have expected them to finish bottom of the table at the start of the season. I know they've had the 3 points deducted, and they had 3 points. They lost 3 points to Johnstone Borough that they'll strongly contest. But even if you add those 6 on, it still leaves them relegated to third bottom. You know, if you look at those at the table. So it'll be a really disappointing season for Michael Oliver in his first season in at Darvel. And again, like we were speaking about with St Anthony's at the start of the show, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next year in terms of them bouncing back, because I'm sure that they will have aspirations to come straight back up to the Premier League.
Oh, absolutely. What I'm looking at, and I'm saying, played 30, they've only won 5 games. They've won 5 games, lost 18. So I know they'll talk about the points deductions and the 3 points against Borough, but if you win 5 games this season, that's no form to keep you up. The other thing that's startling, out of 30 games, they've only scored 41 goals. Again, is that going to win you? Is that going to win the leagues? Are you going to get through a season winning 1-0, 2-1 every week?
I know, but then you look at Hurlford, they've only scored 39 and are comfortably up in 12th. You know, so it's I think it's been a really challenging season all round for the guys at Darvel. They've not had their issues to seek in terms of off the field goings on. So again, I just hope that Michael gets a good backing from the committee, and I've saw some stuff on social media with players signing on for next year and things like that. So I would expect them to have a strong squad for that first division next year. But depending on what happens today, it's going to be a really competitive division next year, because Gartcairn will be strong. I imagine Benburb will be strong as well, and then you've got potentially one of the 3 that don't make the promotion spots as well. So and then you're looking at Whitlett's coming up. If Whitlett's come up, they'll strengthen. Lanark, Muirkirk, Neilston, you know, they'll contribute to the league as well. So Kilbirnie, Ardrossan, you know, Petershill, it's going to be a really interesting league next year, and it's not going to be an easy league to get out of.
The first division is always, in my opinion, it's always the most competitive league that we have. How do you think Gartcairn are going to be fair for next year? Because obviously, do you think, obviously Ryan McStay's there with Dan Barr, are they going to rely on their contacts within the sort of senior community and bring in young players, or will they go down the older route? In my opinion, I think they'll go down the younger route because there's also a lot of money being pumped in there before. How they get Cairn set up for next year?
I hope they don't go down the senior route personally, because I personally, and it's just my opinion, I don't think flooding a West of Scotland team with loads of ex-seniors works. I think you look at the most successful clubs at our level, especially in the last few years, Clydebank, Auchinleck, Beath, they don't flood their team with loads of ex-seniors. You know, you need to get boys that know the league, know the venues, know where they're going to play, recognise the difficulty of coming to play in the West of Scotland Football League, whether you're playing in the First Division or the Premier League. It's incredibly difficult. So yes, it's okay to maybe have one or two to give you that bit of experience and a real injection of quality, particularly maybe I would say in the forward areas. But for me, I wouldn't be hammering in the senior route if I was them. I would be trying to get, if they can get experienced boys that know the level, mixed in with some youth, then I think that would stand them in good stead. But it all comes down to what their budget's going to be, because they could still have a budget that's going to far outweigh anybody in the First Division, depending on what happens. I don't know how it's going to look for them. So I think we'll know pretty early on with a couple of their signings.
I think we'll see probably in the first couple of weeks. First couple of weeks in July and prior to pre-season, just see who they bring in, because let's be honest, Darren Barron ranks they'll probably get a contacts list.
If they want to flood it with seniors, then I'm sure Darren Barron and Ryan they can do that.
Yeah, I would like to think though, because they've been involved, obviously Airdrie with their team, I would like to think we'd give youth a chance. Yes, maybe one or two older heads of experience to hold together, but I can see wholesale changes at Gartcairn this summer. Benburb as well, do you think they'll be?
Again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with David and Robbie Winters there, who they bring in, because like we spoke about with Gartcairn, those guys will have contact lists as long as your arm in terms of who they can get a hold of. So I think it will just come down to budget wise, because I don't see them having anyone near budget wise of Gartcairn and Darvel especially as well. So again, it's going to be really interesting to see who they bring in, but they're the team out, those two I probably look at and say next year could be another struggle.
Yeah, I think personally, I think Gartcairn are the team that are better equipped to come back up.
Well, they've got the most money.
They've got the most money.
Just now anyway, and usually that matters.
Of course it does. But was it to say in the Premier League, the team with the most money tends to win the Premier League? But when you look at it from the bottom three teams, Benburb have won 5, Darvel have won 5, Gartcairn have won 10. Yes, it was probably 110 at the wrong time of the season. I think they should have enough to come back up, but it's going to be an absolute hell of a competitive First Division next year, depending on also who comes up. Obviously Atherley are coming up, Glencairn are coming up, and then it's between Renfrew and Kilwinning, which we'll come on to. Okay, we're coming towards the first half hour done. I think what we'll do just now is we'll go for a quick advert break, and we will be back straight away. Okay. Is that it? Right, just get back into it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we're back. So, we've had a wee quick look over the Premier Division there in the last game of the season and just seeing what we felt with the highs and the lows and what teams have got to come through. So, let's go to the featured fixtures. Johnny, we ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, let's be honest. The biggest game of the day, in fact, see before we start this, just give me a moment.
Love it.
Right, so, biggest game of the day. Johnny, you're going to be a brave man here. Renfrew v Petershill.
I've got a Petershill top on underneath this.
I did say I would wear it in the last day of the season.
No, listen, just purely for the fact that
You're sitting across from
I'm sitting across for a Renfrew man, and I think anybody that listens to me knows that I've always said I've had a soft spot for Renfrew. I remember going there. It was one of my first junior experiences was going to Renfrew. When I first entered junior football, I signed with Hurlford, with John Crawford at Hurlford, the ex-Largs manager, and one of my first experiences was going to Renfrew back at the old Western Park. And I remember thinking,
you get out without hepatitis.
What is this now? I'd been out of football a couple of years due to injury and stuff, but the last football I played was with Hibs or Ayr, but it was a bit of a culture shock. You know, I remember like the ceiling was falling down and the floor was dead bouncy, and I was like, what is this place? You know, and weirdly I kind of fell in love with it.
That's my childhood memory.
Aye, well, weirdly I fell in love with it, and I've always, like I said, I've always had a wee soft spot for Renfrew. So I really hope Renfrew win today. I think it will be tight. I think it will be nervy. I think it will be a 2-1 victory for Renfrew.
Good man. You can get out of this studio alive. I spoke to Jimmy yesterday. As I said all year, I've nailed my colours and mast. So, yep, Renfrew win from me. Okay.
Where are you going?
Where am I going? Do you think I'm going Petershill? Is that a trick question? Of course I'm going Renfrew. And I'll tell you this, if we get promoted today, I'll be at New Western Park within half an hour of leaving here. Okay, next fixture. Kilwinning St Rochs. I think this is... Well, I'll let you go first.
I think this will be a draw. I think Kilwinning are in a wee bit of a sticky patch, and I think it's going to cost them. By the way, I don't think it's an unsuccessful season for them if they finish fourth in the league, but I think it's going to be a 2-2 draw this afternoon.
I hate to agree with you, but I think it's going to be a draw.
I watched St Rochs last week down at Maybole, and I liked them. I thought they tried to play, but I didn't see enough in them to think to where I could say that they would beat Kilwinning this afternoon, and I think Kilwinning are having a bit of a sticky patch, which is why I'm going to sit in the fence and go for a draw.
I think that unfortunately for Kevin and fortunately for us, I think Kilwinning have just, not to use a phrase, they've hit the buffers at the wrong time of the season.
Mm-hmm. No, they absolutely have.
They have. It's just not come off. And quite early, as you say, it's not been an unsuccessful season. I think Kilwinning's at the start of the year, staying in the league was their prerogative and their aspirations. The Rock are on a decent run of form. I'm going to go with a draw as well. I just think that there's
You can't copy me because then we're gonna like.
no.
We need to find a
there's,
winner.
there's a couple of games still to go. Okay, a massive one. One of the massive ones because
Mhm.
they're all massive. Lanark and Whitlets.
Right. You go first, and I'll tell you what I think's going to happen in the second division today.
Right, I'll tell you from this game, and then we can work out what.
Right. Okay.
I think Lanark are going to win it, and I think Lanark will win the league. I think Lanark up at their own place are a very, very difficult team to beat. Daryl Meikle this is a chance for back to back for them. It was a horrible place to not a horrible place to go and referee, but you knew when you're going up there it was a tough game because you can watch how the Lanark team set up. Daryl's really moulded a team over the last couple of years. Whitlets, they've got high expectations, they've got aspirations to go again and beyond. But Lanark have been there for a number of years, and there's a lot of expectation on them, not just from the team, from the community, and from the committee. Daryl, as a young manager, has done exceptionally well. I'm going for a Lanark win.
See, that has put me in a bind because that's what I think's going to happen as well, Des. And I know this is terrible radio because we're agreeing the whole time, but I think Lanark are motoring, absolutely motoring just now. And I think that combined with the fact that Whitlets have had a 3-week break as well in between the last game. Last couple of times they've went away from home, they've went to Maryhill and get beat, and they've went to Larkhall and get beat. And I know the Larkhall game was a bit of a mess by all accounts. So you read into that what you will, but I don't think Whitlets are nearly as strong away from home as they are at home. Lanark are absolutely flying, Lanark are motoring. I think Lanark are going to win.
I'm just looking here. Lanark have scored 23 goals in the last 23 goals in the last 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, Whitlets have that wee layoff. Lanark are continuing. They've been playing consistently. I just can't see it. Been going away to Lesmahigo last week. We also know Lesmahigo beating Muirkirk 2-0 at home, who are one of their rivals at this moment in time. Cambuslang beating 3-0 away, beating Forth 3-1 away, beating the Ants 6-0, beating Kilsyth, beating King. They're just scoring goals for fun. And they're not losing a lot of goals.
That's what you took the words out of my mouth, Des, because in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think they've conceded 3 goals.
Mm-hmm. The last time was one in that match.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the last 3 games, 3-0, 2-0, 5-0 wins. Sometimes it's just all clicked into place at the right time. So I think again, Whitlets not as strong going away from home. So I think for me it's a Lanark win.
Okay.
But I don't think they'll win the league.
You don't think they'll win the league?
No.
Okay, so we're going to come on here. Larkhall, Muirkirk. Muirkirk have probably been the surprise package this year. I think we would, certainly in my time in the west of Scotland, I've never seen Muirkirk be in a position like this.
No, never ever. They were always the whipping boys. Like I said, we used to love going up there because it's a nice place to go, nice big changing rooms, and you would always get a 5-0 or a 6-0 or 7-0 victory.
And a good couple of sandwiches after.
Absolutely. And I would sometimes have the chance of scoring a goal as well. So I used to love it. I used to love getting up there.
No, an own goal?
Aye, no, a real goal. I used to love getting up there.
Yeah. Do you think? Here's the danger of success. The Muirkirk keep a lot of their players for next year? Because I can guarantee you there'll be teams sniffing. It'll be the first time in history that teams have been sniffing around players from Muirkirk.
I think it depends what happens this afternoon, Des, to be honest. I think if they get one of those promotion spots, then it's easier to get boys to sign on and kind of go again. But if they don't happen to go up, then it may be a bit harder to convince them to stick together and go again. But what I would say is Ross has brought probably all of those players to that club.
Mm-hmm.
So I would hope that they would have some loyalty to him as well, and they might want to stay and finish the job. But in terms of that game, I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, but I think Larkhall will beat Muirkirk today.
Really?
I hope I'm wrong. I genuinely hope I'm wrong.
No, I get
But I think Larkhall at home are a different animal, and I think they will beat Muirkirk.
And that's them. Also, they only played 2 weeks ago. They played on the 17th of May, and Muirkirk beat them 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
So you think there's going to be a
turnaround.
turnaround? Okay.
There has to be a twist somewhere.
And you think this is the twist?
I think this is the twist, and it pains me to say because I really, really, really want Muirkirk. Do you know something? I actually want all of these teams to get promoted. It sounds weird and it sounds like I'm proper fence sitting, but I really like all of these teams that are sitting at the top of the second division. I'll probably say I've got less affiliation with Lanark and Neilston because I don't know their managers or coaching staffs personally. I don't know a lot, if any, of their players. Whereas I've got a real affinity for Ross at Muirkirk, and I know nearly everybody at Whitlets really, really well. But I just get a feeling that there's a sting in the tail for the lads. And again, I can't. Please I really want to be wrong.
I can totally understand it.
It's head over heart for the first time in my life, Des.
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I take it if results go this way, you'll be having a night in.
Aye, definitely. I'll not be going to Muirkirk anyway.
Okay, moving on. The league leaders away to a team that are struggling in form. We're going to go to Yoker and Neilston. Now, bear in mind, Neilston are the team that are in the prime position here. The other team that's 1 point ahead, and they're playing against a team that are not in very good form. They've appointed their under-20s manager a couple of weeks ago. Again, still not in great form. I know where I'm going.
No, Neilston will win.
Yeah.
See if you're getting into the final game of the season, Des, and you're playing a team that's currently sitting third bottom in the league.
If you don't win it, you don't deserve it.
To win the league. If somebody said to Andy Whiteford at the start of the season, see your last game of the season, Yoker will be third bottom and you'll be top, and if you win the league, would you take it? You'd bite your hand off. You know, so you've got to go and win that game, and if you don't win that game, then you don't deserve to win the league.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And again, we'll get Andy lined up for a couple of comments on it. Yeah, no, completely agree. Neilston, it's a wee bit strange seeing Neilston that far down the leagues, because Neilston have been predominantly a Premier and First Division team. Chrissy Cameron had a right good team in there. I know they've lost a bit of budget, they've lost a few players, but for Andy to come in and steady the ship, and not just steady the ship, direct the ship to get it back where it is, I think Andy's done a really, really good job. He's been Mr. Neilston for goodness knows how many years. I remember when he was taking the Fun Fours and the 6-a-side, 7-a-sides when my son was playing against them, and it's just really, really good to see them where they are. But as you said, yes, if they've got one game to play, one game to win the league, if you said that to me on the 1st of August, you would bite your hand off, wouldn't you? Absolutely.
So there's no question. They've got to go and get the job done, and I think they will.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we're only differing on one at the moment. Okay, last game that we're going to talk about, we're going to go to the Lowland League, the big one. The big one regarding staying in senior football. Bonnyrigg and East Kilbride. I'll go first.
Mm-hmm.
The score at the moment is obviously 3-1 East Kilbride. They're going through to Bonnyrigg on the slope, which has cost them points, which is just ridiculous. I think that the expectation level on East Kilbride that the Scottish football fans have on them, that Mick and Simon will be putting on them, I don't see them losing it. I can see this a draw through there, and East Kilbride will just do enough to get up.
I think Bonnyrigg will win the game, but East Kilbride will win the tie.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be like a 2-1 or a 1-0 or something like that, but it'll be tight, it'll be nervy. Bonnyrigg will win the game, but East Kilbride will go through on aggregate, which I really hope happens. Please, I'm fed up with this nonsense about teams that finish bottom of the league getting the chance to stay in the league. Get to. You know, you finish bottom of your league, you should not be given the opportunity to save your status in the league if you finish bottom of your division, or even second bottom as they do up the leagues. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. If you've been that bad all season that you finish bottom of your division, you shouldn't then get the chance to stay in the division. It's nonsense.
We had a conversation with some work colleagues this week who are all football guys, and one's played senior and one's been junior. See if you finish bottom, that's it. End of. You're away. See if you finish second bottom, then it's a playoff. That, in my opinion, if you win the league, you should go up because you've won the league. You deserve promotion. You shouldn't have to go and play another 4 or 5 games to solidify it. If you finish bottom, I'm sorry, game over.
I don't even think you should get the chance if you finish second bottom, Des. I really don't. I don't believe in it. I believe in the playoff system in England, where it's the bottom 3 goes down and then there's the top 2 from the league below and then a playoff winner goes up. That's what I believe in. I don't believe in this second and see when you see them celebrate. If Bonnyrigg beat East Kilbride today, they'll be on the park celebrating with a banner saying playoff winners. Do you know what I mean? You finish bottom of your league. You know it.
Listen, I understand you.
Sorry, you've started me.
No, that's brilliant. No, it's brilliant. I agree, because I don't think you should be rewarded for failure. So
no.
For me, what you're saying, the bottom 3 should go down.
Maybe not the bottom 3 in a 10-team league. I'm just using that as an example.
We don't have the depth.
Well, you do if you change it to 3 teams, 3 leagues of 16.
Yes, yes, and then we can do it. But as it currently stands, and we know that teams won't vote for that, as we've plainly seen over the recent weeks. But if you finish bottom league, I mean, how many years did East Stirling finish bottom league and stayed in league? And now you look at the lowland league, you've got East Stirling, Berwick Rangers, Cowdenbeath, Albion Rovers, who are, what do they call it, legacy clubs. I'm sorry, but you've shown that you're still not good enough against teams that are coming up, and that's where I think that Clydebank will come through, because they're far more set up, and that's not even a game we've touched on. It's not a feature fixture, but how do you think Clydebank Musser will go today?
I think Clydebank will win. I think Clydebank will win. I think it'll be 2-0, 3-0. I think it'll be fairly comfortable, personally.
I think it'll be a wee bit tighter than that. I think if it, and what I'm glad at, and
just my West Coast arrogance, Des.
Yeah, well, what I think if Clydebank come out with a draw or a 1-0 win, hopefully, bringing it back to home park, I don't see anybody beating Clydebank at home park. And I know for a fact, and obviously I'm not going to hide allegiances, obviously, like I say, West Coast bias. I think Clydebank are better than half the teams in that lowland league, and I think Clydebank will go into that lowland league next year, hopefully, and they'll be in that chance to win it.
Again, it's just frustrating that they have to play each other, because really they should both be just going straight up.
They should.
You know, how can the Lowland League have an 18-team league and one team gets relegated? It's absolute nonsense. It's nonsensical that you give an 18-team league and one team gets relegated. So both Musselburgh and Clydebank should be getting promoted into that league straight away, and there should be at least two down, potentially more. Let's get some more teams out. I think we need to see more movement throughout the divisions, because that's where then everybody finds a level. We saw it with the West of Scotland when they went to the conferences, and then they arranged the leagues based on that, and now we're seeing the benefit nowadays, because we're a couple of years down the line.
But how long has it taken us to get here?
I know, but we're now seeing the benefit, because it's becoming really competitive and teams are finding the level and they're adjusting. But we've got teams in the Lowland League that are finishing second bottom, third bottom,
and they're staying there.
They're staying there. You know, it's a nonsense that both. I feel really bad for whoever loses that tie out of Clydebank and Musselburgh, that they have to then stay in their division. They should, if you win that, you should begin straight up.
Yeah, no, and hopefully when this reconstruction is in for 26-27, and we see teams going up, that's where it should be. You win your league, you're entitled to promotion, and then the team that's bottom gone, then the other teams then face the jeopardy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and as I say, no disrespect to Musselburgh, we've got we're called the West of Scotland Saturday Live, so
I know, but just even for the league as well, like you want our league, it then means that we're obviously getting a new team potentially in Broomhill coming into our league, depending on what happens with them. But also it just freshens things up as well, because it makes our league a lot more competitive going into next season as well. You don't really, to be honest, looking at the league, you don't really know who's going to be favourites for the league next year, where you're looking at Auchinleck, Johnston Borough, Cumnock, you know, somebody like that. So we don't, you need that freshness. You know, we're going to get it across the divisions with all three teams going up and down, and we can talk about it in the summer, but you need that freshness. I think, you know, you can't just have the same teams over and over again, and it's just, you know,
It's a little bit like managerial appointments, isn't it? They all just seem to go around the same circles, the same players, same teams, same managers. Freshness keeps us what we're interested in. Okay, that's where we're at. So yep, so we're looking at it. So Renfrew, Petershill, we both went for Renfrew, just as well for Johnny. We went for Kilwinning St Rocks, we both went a draw. Lanark v Whitlets, we both went Lanark. We differentiate on Larkhall Muirkirk. Johnny's staying in tonight, he's got his home delivery to the door. Yoker Neilston, and Bonnyrigg, East Kilbride. Johnny's went Bonnyrigg, and I've went a draw, and we've discussed Pollock Talbot. Okay, first division. Let's get through the fixtures. Blantyre versus Glencairn. So Glencairn are second on 55 points at this moment in time. Atherley are obviously promoted, but we'll get Renfrew on 55 and Kilwinning on 54. St Rocks are out of the picture, but they can have a meaningful presence in the game today. Blantyre again, Glencairn. What's your thoughts?
Glencairn easy.
Yeah.
Again, a few weeks ago when we looked at Glencairn's fixtures, they had, I think with 6 games to go, they had 5 against teams that were in the bottom half of the league. So I said back then that I fancied them to secure one of those promotion spots, and they're getting into today's game against the team that's sitting second bottom in the league. Win the game and you're promoted, job done. I think we're going to win that fairly comfortably.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Scoring goals as well, great result last week against Southern Meadow. I know they conceded 2 in the second half, but
I think the job is done.
Aye.
The job is done. Yeah, I agree. I think Glencairn will take care of that comfortably. Although Blantyre, as much as they lost their season earlier on, they've actually been in better form. They've actually played a bit better.
But Des, they've only won 5 games, so we were saying about Darvel, again, they've only won 5 games all season.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I've been guilty of saying, oh, Blantyre have picked up a wee bit. Have they? They've won 5 games all year.
Okay, I'll
you know what I mean? No, that would still leave them.
Relegation form.
What's that? 15 plus 6 is 21. Still leaves them in the exact same position they're in now if they get that. You know, if they don't have the points deduction.
And minus 44 goals.
Aye.
Although saying that Ashfield minus 75, that's a killer. Okay, moving on. Cumbernauld Ashfield. This is probably going to be the most boring game that we've got this season, because Cumbernauld are going nowhere, minus 1 goals. They've scored 50, lost 51. Ashfield are gone. Cumbernauld are, what can they do? They can jump up to 7th if Petershill lose today. There's nothing in that, is it?
No, let's move on.
Yeah, okay. Here's a one.
This will be one for you. This is interesting though, I think, this next fixture. Kilbirnie and Ardrossan.
Right, so Kilbirnie obviously.
Ardrossan must be a wee bit worried though, because if Other Meadow win today and Ardrossan lose, they could finish in that 4th bottom spot, and if Clydebank do the unthinkable and don't beat Musselburgh, they're down, yeah. Which would be an absolute disaster considering the start of the season they had, but the second half of the season...
They're just falling off the wagon.
So, let me see, I've got 2 wins in the last 10 for Ardrossan.
For me, sorry for a work colleague, I hope Kilbirnie get this. I don't want to see Kilbirnie. Kilbirnie are safe, I know that, but Ardrossan, who would I rather see? I don't want to go a draw because that's too easy to say. I think Ardrossan will get this.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Ardrossan come out with a...
I think they'll get more firepower up front.
I think they'll get.
I think that's That's their strength. I think they've got more firepower up front.
Aye, Kilbirnie have, again, it's not been a season that you would expect from Kilbirnie, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with them getting into next season. I remember talking on one of the very first podcasts of the season with PG when he was still hosting it and probably doing a better job than I'm doing, but we were talking about Ardrossan and whether they'd adjusted to the first division because they were struggling a wee bit at the time, and then they found a bit of form and they found themselves quite high up the league, and then they've came back again. So it's going to be really, really interesting going into the next season to see what they do, and whether the manager's even there, because I've heard he might be a candidate for the Beath job. Gavin Friels.
I'm not going to break.
Oh, it's purely rumour. I'm spreading rumour. That's all I'm doing, Des. But that's, I've heard from someone that he's a candidate. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard the same. I've heard the same questions as well, and I know there's a.
And it is purely rumour.
Yeah, purely conjecture. Purely conjecture.
Which we love.
That's what keeps us going. That's what keeps our WhatsApp chat alive, isn't it? So unfortunately, yes, I'm going to go. I think Ardrossan may get across the line that one. Okay, we're approaching a potential break, so let's go into one right here. The second most important game for me today, Kilwinning St Rochs, and we've already put predictions in regarding our future fixtures. We both went a draw. What's your thoughts on the draw, Johnny?
My thoughts are that Kilwinning have had a fairly long break since 3rd of May. They played the last time they played was the 3rd of May, if I'm right, when they get beat off St Rochs 3-2 away from home. They lost to Atherley the midweek before that on the Monday night 3-0. I think Kilwinning have just maybe ran out of steam a wee bit towards the end of the season, and again finishing 4th in the league, Kevin Kelly's first season, I think is a really, really good achievement, and I think it should be viewed as such. Yes, they will be disappointed if they don't secure a promotion spot, but I think it's been a really successful season for them, and I think they should be really pleased finishing 4th.
I agree. I think from what Kevin has come in, what he's inherited, obviously Tiff was there last season, he's obviously done what Kevin's done to solidify the team and get the results on the board early on. I'm probably inclined to you that it has just petered off. We're now sitting on the 17th of May, so we're 2 weeks away from the last game. Now, I don't know if they've played any bounce games in between. I'm sure they'll have up-tempo training sessions, etc., knowing that what's riding on this, and Kevin has been meticulous as he is. 3-2 last game 2 weeks ago. To me, that just says draw. It says draw all over it. The Rock are the fashionable disruptors, aren't they? Aye,
and like I said, I watched them last week. So they're fresh. You know, they played last Saturday. They were reasonably impressive last week. They won the game fairly comfortably against Maybole, to be honest. But I was quite impressed with them, and I think they looked a decent side. Obviously, big travelling support. That'll be a feisty. Although they might not have many supporters today if they're at the title party and at the Troingate, you know. So
just down the road from here.
But going down to Kilwinning as well, which is obviously pretty entrenched on the other side of the city.
So it'll be interesting to see.
It could be an interesting afternoon down in Ayrshire. So, but I think it will just be. I think it will just be one of those games that will go in and will maybe huff and puff, and St Rochs will maybe do enough, nick a goal here and there, and it'll finish a draw.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, guys, that's us now approaching 2 o'clock. So
Kick-off time.
Kick-offs are approaching. We'll have a few manager interviews to bring to you. Johnny and I will continue with our candid discussion, but in the meantime, we're going to have a wee short break.
I knew last season would be tough, Des.
Have you messaged PG about the adverts?
No, I don't. You wrote it down.
Right.
adverts, radio, Rex down, press 1B. And that's what I've done.
Right.
I tell you what, I much prefer being that side of the.
Yeah, no, I don't envy you, mate.
It's going to Rob Roy Villa Clyde.
Oh, we've got goals coming in soon.
I know, I'm just going to stick on his.
3 in front after 48 seconds.
Ready, 5. Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. So games have started, and just looking, seeing what's going through. Johnny, you
We've
just
got
told me.
a goal. 3 have scored early after 48 seconds away to Villa leaving. Sorry, at home to Villa leaving. So that's looking good for their promotion aspirations after a tough week.
Is that the quickest goal we've got this year? 48 seconds.
I don't know. It's got to be up there, isn't it? But
Can't be far away.
again, looking at going into a game against a relegated team at home, if you win, you get promoted. You can't ask for a better start than going ahead after 48 seconds.
I know that's a. I tell you what, it's a long journey down there for Dumbarton.
Aye.
And then to go down after 48 seconds. Be interesting to see what kind of squad we'll take with them. So, carrying on with, and we'll obviously keep you updated with the fixtures and the results coming in. Next game, Rob Roy Villa Clyde. Is there much in
I
it?
don't think there's much to talk about apart from the well done to John Hughes and the guys at Villa Clyde and John Gibson at Rob Roy, both doing really well. We're down the bottom and end of the table for quite a long period of time, but then ended up staying up fairly comfortably. So congratulations to both them.
Yeah, I think that's job done for both teams is what I would say. I think job done. Gibby's obviously went to taking over Rob Roy, a new stadium, a lot of expectation. Could they really expect any more and just have a consistent season and stay in the league and build for next year? I would say that Gibby would be pretty happy with that.
Should be, and the supporters should be as well, and then it's just about building next year, because like you said, that new stadium is a great facility. They showed the ability that when they had the games at Friday night, over 700 people there and things like that, so
It's incredible.
Get-
isn't it?
get more games on Friday nights and get the fans out.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. A goal update. Giffnock 0, Campbelltown 1. First minute, first corner, first goal. Another bright start for two teams straight away.
I know, and Bells Hill have taken the lead against Maryhill, and Carluke have taken the lead against BSC as well. So, and Muirkirk have went 1-0 up against Lark Hall.
Wow.
So ram it down your throat, Johnny Bailey. That's what you get after 4 minutes. Good for them. Yes,
Yeah.
go on, Ross and the boys.
Yes.
I would never be happier to lose.
I was about to say, is that one of the bets that you put on going, do you know what, I'm going to bet against my team because if they win, I'm delighted. If they get beat, I make money.
It was just one of those ones where I was looking at where I thought the sting in the tail would come from, and that was all. I had to try and find try it.
No, is that us back? Alright, so will we take it back then? We'll take
Guys,
it
if you're
back.
watching YouTube, can you let us know if the sound's back on?
This is why we need PG. This is why we need, I'm better at answering questions and no dealing with buttons.
That's us, we're back on, Des, we're okay, thanks. I don't know if I can say the name of your football podcast on without getting demonetised, but pure
BAWS.
pure balls we'll say, right? Thanks very much, mate, I appreciate it letting us know. Sorry about that, like I said, Des and I are in the studio today. PG, the expert, isn't here, he's away, got other family commitments, so
Listen, see, to be fair, he's gave me videos, we've sat, we've done it. I'm a Luddite, right? I'm a Luddite, I'm not gonna make any, I'm better sitting there where Johnny is. In fact, Johnny sat in my seat. This is throwing me off, absolutely throwing me off. Okay.
But it's alright, we can just talk, it's fine, we don't need, we'll just talk solid for 4 hours without
Aye.
any adverts or interviews or nothing.
That's
Just,
it. We'll talk about football all day. Right, we'll go back to the Renfrew one because obviously it's my team. Guys obviously never heard it. Johnny, we'll go back to the Renfrew and we'll go back over it. I said to Jimmy and we played his interview, I think this is far more of an achievement for Jimmy as a manager than it was as a player. And Jimmy was a fantastic player. He's went through levels, he's won the league with Renfrew, he's won the Scottish Cup with Renfrew. But for him to be the manager and leading his own team to promotion with a team that's, I mean, look at us last year, we were staying in the league was an achievement, and now to go to the Premier League, that's incredible.
No, it is, it's outstanding, and like I said, when you're part of a coaching staff, as I have been for relegations and promotions, you see the impact it has on the club, the whole club, you see the other committee members, lifetime fans, you see the budget, the kind of profit and loss sheets, you know what I mean, you see everything that really matters when you manage to achieve something as part of a backroom team, rather than being insular as a player where you just turn up, you play, you enjoy it, but you enjoy it with your teammates, you don't really think about the club as a whole, you know, you don't have that wider view. So this will mean so much to Jimmy Quigley if he can get these boys over the line and back to the Premier League, where Renfrew probably belong. I would say. I always view them as a Premier League team.
I would view us as a Premier League team. I would view us as like a St Mirren or a Motherwell team that should be there and hold their own, but the budgets that Renfrew have, and I was involved in the committee there, and they don't overexpend, they don't go out with their means. And I was going to say, if we do get promoted today, Jimmy will reflect, he'll sit in the room, him, Ryan Boris, Nicky, I was going to say they'll sit and have a quiet beer. Jimmy never has a quiet beer.
He's such a quiet, softly spoken gentleman when you hear him doing his interviews.
Aye, when he's doing his interviews.
Has he got his moments, has he? I don't know Jimmy at all.
I've known Jimmy since he was about, gosh, he's about 6 years old. I know his dad, I taught his kids. Let's just say, if Renfrew go up, Jimmy will enjoy his weekend.
And so he should.
Aye,
You've got to enjoy these things, you know. You've got to enjoy it.
Listen, if Renfrew go up, I'll enjoy my weekend.
Aye, no, definitely. I remember when we had John Hughes, the Vale of Clyde manager, on WSFL Weekly.
Oh, goal. Lanark Whitlets. Whitlets.
Oh, go on.
Michael Moffat, 1-0. Another goal coming in. New Mains West Park, 2-0 New Mains.
Really?
And Easterhouse have taken, Easterhouse are 1-0 at Saltcoats. That's a massive goal. Whitlets and Whitlets and Lanark.
Huge, especially with Muir Cup winning as well. So that really puts the pressure on.
Yeah.
On Lanark in that division, because they could be the team the one that misses out. So that would also take Whitlets into league winning position, assuming Neilston are still drawn with Yoka, because I've not seen any update on that. So that's massive. It's huge. I know it's early days, it's only 20 minutes in, there's a lot of twists and turns to come, but it's important to get off to a good start. It just settles everything down, especially when it's, you know yourself, Des, these games become very nervy. They're like 6 pointers. They're cup finals effectively, so they can be very, very nervy. So it'll be interesting. You just want to get in and settled and play, and if you can get an early goal, then all the better.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Last day of the season, what else can you do? This is it. It's do or die. Do or die. If you know you're in that dressing room, John, right? You're in that dressing room as a Whitwich player. You get one game to play, one game to win. How are you, as being a manager, being a captain, being a player, how are you galvanising your players around you?
I think you try and play the game, not the occasion.
Yes.
You know, that's that, and it's a cliche. It's one of the best cliches, but it's true. You know, you just go into it as a game. It's still a game of football. It's 11 men versus 11 men on a grass park. Sometimes, or an Astro Park or whatever. But it's just a game of football. You know, and if you can approach it that way, don't put too much pressure on the fact that if we win this and then if results go away and blah 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 and whatever. You just have to go into the game as you would any other game. Don't do anything different. Don't change anything. Don't start going for pre-match meals or meeting up earlier than you would normally and all that kind of stuff. Just treat it like every other game and go and do your business. And if your team's good enough and you can win the game, great. If you're not good enough and you fall short, so be it. But don't get wrapped up in the occasion, you know, because that you'll expend too much nervous energy. You won't sleep the night before. You'll do daft things. You'll make silly decisions. You know, all these kind of things. So that's what I'd be saying as a manager. As a player, I think as a player, I would just try and be as insular as you can and just concentrate your own performance. Don't make any mistakes early on. Take care of your basics, your first pass, your first header, your first clearance, your first tackle. Play your way into the game. Keep it simple, really early doors. Keep the ball as far away from your goal as you possibly can, and then grow into the game from there. You know, that's the way I would approach it as a player. You know, and it's the way I always did approach big games. Was just win that first header, win the first tackle, make a good pass. If I need to clear it, put it out of the park. You know, and then we can deal with it. But don't try and do anything silly.
Yeah, but
What about refereeing, Des? Do you approach? I know nobody wants to hear from referees, but if you're looking at you're refereeing a big game. Did you referee the Scottish Cup finals? Senior?
I didn't referee the Senior Scottish Cup final. I refereed the Junior Cup final. I refereed the Reserve Cup final, Celtic Rangers.
And
I've refereed in the SPFL.
Did your approach differ for that?
Do you know what? I probably didn't. I tried to keep my days as normal as possible. Just like you said, trying not to overthink it. I remember. I'll refer to my junior days. I'm not talking about senior games. I've done senior games obviously, but in the juniors, the Junior Cup final at that time, 2010, Largs in Lithgow. The night before the game, I started to think about it, and do you know what? I actually had to snap my head out of it and say stop, because if I started thinking about it, I think, as you said, you would expel too much nervous energy. So what I done was, the game was this Sunday, and probably not the best pre-match preparation. Every Saturday night after the game, I would come home, I'd phone my wife on the way up the road and say, right, I'm coming back for Largs or Kinleck or whatever, and say, right, I'll pick up a takeaway. What do you want? Right, get it to you. Right, you phone it, I'll pick it up. And she did, and I went and picked up a Chinese meal the night before, which probably goes against every single nutritional value for a game the next day. I sat there, I had a Chinese takeaway, I had a bottle of Irn-Bru. It was the Champions League final between Real Madrid and Inter Milan. Watched that and then went to my bed, and I just tried to keep things normal. And that's exactly what I would say to these players. Don't change, because if you change, you're overthinking it. We've just said about expending extra energy. You turn up to the game, you're going to be expending energy. Just keep it normal. And I'm sure that's exactly what all these teams and their managers should be saying to their players who are in this current position. If we're staying in the second division, okay, so we've obviously spoken about the 3 teams at the top, the 2 teams at the bottom that are in jeopardy. Bellshill, Maryhill. Nothing really, is there, Johnny? Nothing in that. I'm looking at it.
No.
Nothing really to talk about. Bonnyton, Cambuslang. Now this is one of the 2 teams at the bottom. So Cambuslang are sitting at the moment on 29 points. Played 29, won 8, drawn 5, lost 16. Yoker played 29, won 7, drawn 7, lost 15. So they've lost less games than Cambuslang, but it's the 2 draws that are killing them at this moment in time. And Cambuslang have lost 20 goals. Bonnyton are sitting there, they've won 12, drawn 4, lost 13, and negative 5. But Bonnyton are at home. Cambuslang. Who's in the better seat? Cambuslang or Yoker?
Well, Cambuslang put themselves right in the driving seat with that outstanding win last week against Muirkirk, which I don't think anybody expected them to go and do, but they've given themselves a right good chance to stay in. Bonnyton nothing to play for. Yoker are on the back of 8 defeats in the bounce.
Yep.
That is an atrocious run to end the season, and that's couldn't happen at a worse time. You know, you're losing that many games back to back, and then they have to play Neilston, who are going to try and win the league.
Yeah.
So I think Cambuslang will stay up. I think Yoker will end up going down, because I think Neilston will beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's irrelevant what happens at Bonnyton and Cambuslang, but I think Bonnyton are capable on their day of putting in a performance and getting a result, but I think it's irrelevant because I think Neilston will beat Yoker and send Yoker down into the 3rd division.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that Yoker's run of form, changing manager tells quite a lot at this moment in the season. Bring up Dom O'Donnell as well from the 20s. We've brought Kevin Deaney in to help him. Cambuslang winning, nobody's seen that last week. Nobody's seen them beating Muirkirk. That was quite a shock. I agree with you. I think it's irrelevant what happens at the Bonnyton Cambuslang game. I think it all hinges on Yoker Neilson, and if Neilson win it, then Cambuslang it's absolutely. I'm just getting a wee flash in here. It is now Kilbirnie lead side 1.
So that
Winton Rovers 0. So that throws a wee spanner in the works for Drawson. Are they going to be looking for Clydebank potentially to be doing them a favour?
Well, I hope they do, to be honest. You know, but they might do. It depends. Meadow, I think, are now 2-0 up. I think on Maybole as well. So it looks like every Meadow jumping above Drawson. So either be looking for Clydebank to help them out. And Ardee are 3-0 up against Finnart. Finnart have a real dodgy finish to the season as well, haven't they? In that league. It's been really disappointing. Now they're safe in terms of their league position, but they'll be really disappointed how they've finished the season, I would think.
Yeah, Finnart have they've fallen away. I mean, I know they've got a young team and it's a burgeoning club and they're trying to do well, but yeah, it's just dropped off.
This is going to sound, I don't want this to sound disrespectful, right? But I just don't know a lot about Finnart, and I don't, like, do you know what I mean? And it's maybe my ignorance, right? Okay, there's 80 teams, it's hard to know everyone intimately, of course it is, but they're one of the teams I would say in the league that I know the least about and I hear the least about. You know, I just don't know anything really about them. And
well, I'm probably saying, I know Toby's also heavily involved, and I've got friends that are up there, but yeah, likewise, it's not a team that I'm overly familiar with. Guys, I'm sorry about these adverts and stuff like that. I've just got no clue how to work this, and despite Paul sending me numerous videos, we're going to take a quick break. Hopefully this works, and we'll see you in about a minute and a half.
PG says with the forum, says make sure the green dial is up.
Watching Saturday Football Live Show right here on East End Community Radio.
Done. I was pressing that, but it wasn't one.
Yeah.
Right, the green button's right up. don't know. No idea. And I'm sitting. If I could show you, the green button's up. Aye. No. How am I meant to know it's going to beat A2 without him to tell me? Right, just there you go. And we're back, and we've just spoken to our sensei. Is that what we would call him?
The gaffer.
The gaffer. The gaffer's coming. So we've just got the Clydebank starting lineup for their game away to Musselburgh. Moff's not hanging about. He's got Leishman, Grant, McGowan, Niven, Syme, Lowe, Gallagher, Cairns, Samson, Little and Black. That's probably pretty much as strong as a team that Clydebank could put on it, Johnny.
Aye, I think so, and it's what you would expect.
Aye, they can't hold back.
You know?
Anyway, it's that time of the week. And it's normally Desi's quiz against the pundits, but it's Desi's quiz against Johnny.
Alright.
So, let's see how we got on. Johnny, we ready?
Mm-hmm. Born ready.
Born ready. Born ready. Bruce Springsteen. Okay. Having just left the job at Beith, how many games did Sean Dillon take charge for?
4.
Is that your final answer?
3. Are you including when he was interim?
Interim manager, and from
Right,
from,
okay.
from, when, from
Six then. 6.
From when Straney left to now.
Since Straney left.
Aye.
Well, that's ages. 12.
14.
Right. I didn't think. When you said about Straney leaving, that's obviously why.
Okay. Talking about the teams and talking about the leagues, which First Division team have scored the most goals?
I would guess it's got to be Rutherglen.
Really?
Atherley.
Don't know. You tell me.
It's got to be Rutherglen or Atherley. It's got to be. Rutherglen have scored goals for fun this year. So have Atherley. I'll go Atherley.
Still stuck with your gut.
No, is it
decision,
Rutherglen?
Johnny.
See,
80 goals. Prior to today, 80 goals.
my indecisiveness is a curse. It's a curse, Des. Do you know this? My missus is the most indecisive person in the world. It's obviously rubbing off on me.
It's rubbing off. Okay, so we've spoke about a team scoring the most goals. Which third division team have conceded the least goals?
Third division, so Thorn, Thrieve, Greenock, Ardere. I'll say Thorn.
You're going Thorn?
No, because they've had some crazy results. Did they not have like a 7-6 with Glasgow Uni or something like that as well? See, this is what happens. You say you go with your gut feeling to begin with, and then you talk yourself out of it. I'll say Greenock.
Greenock?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm.
Well done.
Yes, see, there you go. See,
1 to Johnny. 35 goals they've conceded this year, so they've got actually a plus 31. Okay. Well, keep it 2 guys left. How many games, I've not done that one. Which 2 former SPFL managers have played for Kello Rovers?
Chris Doolan.
1.
You need to give? Can you give me teams that they managed in the SPFL? Or will that be too easy?
Too obvious. 1's been out of the game for a while.
Out of the game for a while. Played with Kello Rovers.
Played senior for a number of years
Mhm.
and managed quite a
Did they manage in the Premier League or was it?
quite a fairy tale one.
Right. Oh, Davy Irons.
Davy Irons.
See? Yes. I'm doing no bad at this.
Okay. And who is currently the top goal scorer in Division 1?
Division 1 top goal scorer. Now I am terrible with player names. Absolutely atrocious with player names. I don't remember. I'm surprised you don't notice when I phone in at half time. I never know who's scored because
Number 8.
I'm terrible with player names. First division, so I can only really go with players that I know. I've got no idea, Des. I really don't. Go, enlighten me.
Right, so think of the teams in Division 1.
Right, so you're looking, if Rutherglen have obviously scored the most goals, you would think they would have somebody that would be up there or thereabouts. But I
Okay.
couldn't name a single striker for Rutherglen.
Well, see the fact I'm wearing a Renfrew strip.
Aye. I know, but I don't even know the strikers at Renfrew. As I said, terrible with names. The only player I know is Jojo Gillespie. Is the only player that I know from Renfrew, and the reason because he's always getting mentioned in this show. And I told George when they played Renfrew, when Maybell played Renfrew a few weeks ago, I said you need to watch out for this boy. Apparently he's a really good player, and he scored that day against them as well. So is it Jojo? Is it?
Jojo Gillespie, 21 goals.
And did he come from Johnston Borough?
Johnston Borough.
Is he good enough to play in the Premier League?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, to be fair,
Why did they go? No disrespect, but why did they go from Johnston Borough to Renfrew then?
when we were at Meadow, we inquired a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were desperate for a striker at the time. I just think he's bought into what Jimmy and
Good.
Ryan and the boys are wanting to do.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, Renfrew, you won't get paid the best amount of money,
Mhm.
but you'll be looked after.
Mhm.
And what they provide for you as a player and as a team is tremendous. So
It's a platform.
yeah, he's been an absolute plus for us.
Well, I'm claiming that one, and I'm claiming the other
no, you're not
one.
claiming that one. Absolutely not.
Ardrossan have scored to equalise against Kilbirnie.
No.
Thrieve are now 4-0 up against Vale Leaving after half an hour, but they're down to 10 men. Girvan are beating Thorn 2-0, kind of meaningless game, but good result for Girvan to finish the season off on a high. Glasgow United 2-0 up against Dalry. So it's going for Threave, definitely. That's Des, you can speak about it as well. Like playing Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, having to go from Threave to Shettleston on Monday, and then going to Irvine Vicks on Wednesday, and then playing at home on Saturday, knowing you need to win all three.
Just before I answer that, Johnny, Lanark won,
So I see.
Whitlets won.
Mm.
This day is going to keep us on our toes.
Aye, this is going to be twists and turns all the way home, and I can't wait for it.
And listen, I wouldn't want to spend it anywhere else. I'm glad my wife doesn't listen to this show.
I wouldn't want to spend it, us two technophobes trying to work out how to play adverts out a computer.
I know. That's why. Listen, guys, see when we get back to normal, Johnny and I will that side of the turntable. Johnny's going to be controlling it tomorrow. Johnny, do you want to give a wee shout out for you?
Aye, so tomorrow night on WSFL Weekly, I thought it'd be a good idea to get the full kind of West of Scotland Pyramid Promotions team together for an end of season extravaganza, if you like. So we've got myself, PG, Des and Paul Adams will all be on the show to kind of go over the results today and any kind of talking points, and maybe an even an early look ahead towards next season. So that'll be tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on YouTube on the Pyramid Promotions channel. So it's last episode of the season. I can't believe it's the end of the season already.
I know, and do you know what, guys? Your support has been so well, and it's really remiss of me. I've not actually spoken about how you guys should be getting in touch with us. The YouTube's on, the mobile phone's on. If you want to get in touch with us, you can get us at 07936 717 412. That's 07936 717 412. And you can also get us on Twitter at SatFootballLive. So please give us your information, give us your comments, give us your thoughts. Tell us how absolute carnage we've been trying to work.
Des,
Sorry.
I've got some bad news.
Don't tell me.
Petershill won, Renfrew now.
Didn't even know that, Johnny.
No, I've got to tell you, I've got to be the bearer of bad news. Threave went 5-0 up
5-0 after 37 minutes.
against Renfrew, but Peasy 1-0 up against Renfrew. Still plenty of time. Do you think this is the 3 weeks off, coming back? Do you know what I mean? I think it's a scandal. I'm probably going to get into bother here, but I think it's a scandal for the league that this has happened. That Whitlets and Renfrew are going into these games that are so important that they have to win with a gap of 3 weeks. And it's, do you know what it is? They're getting punished for having an AstroTurf Park.
That is a comment I was going to come on. The comment to me is, the statement from me is, our games will always be on. Or not always be on, but there's 90% chance that our games will always be on. So we get our games and we get our points on the board early. And it almost puts a target in your back, do you know what I think? Because other teams then know what they need to do. And it's quite easy to say, right, okay, I need to go and win the game, I need to win the game, I need to win the game. But if you've got a target to chase, which we obviously do, yeah, it possibly could be. I'm also getting
interesting one in the 4th division. Eglinton have scored to equalise, makes it Knightswood 1, Eglinton 1. Obviously Knightswood only need a point to win the league, but you don't want to be hanging on for a 1-1 at that stage. I've not seen Port Glasgow result. Any updates from Port Glasgow? Do you know why Port Glasgow are called the Undertakers? Because I don't, and it's a really interesting
I'm sure
nickname.
There was something that did flick in my memory, but I don't want to.
If you're watching on YouTube and you know why Port Glasgow are called the Undertakers, please let me know, because it's really interesting. It's one of the more interesting nicknames in football in general, I think.
Aye. Is it no, I'm not, because I'll get into trouble with people around Port Glasgow. I'm not going to go there. But no, getting back to the Renfrew one, yes, there's time still to go. We've scored a lot of goals late on in the game, so I'm not giving it hope. Just let's get the point. I've not seen any goals coming in from co-winning. No. So
that does seem to have happened quite a lot this season, though, Des, that they've scored late.
Yeah.
And that shows great resolve for a young team.
I'm just looking there, obviously.
Because Muirkirk have done it as well a few times.
Aye, Muirkirk. I think Muirkirk have probably done that more than most teams this year. They've from a losing position and brought it back. Okay, well, we've just finished the second division, getting into the third division. Abdir Fanat, as you said, Johnny, Fanat, as much as good friends with Toby, etc., nothing's really coming from there. I think the big game is Greenock and Lugar. Greenock are sitting fourth on 57 points. Coolsith Athletic against Perthshire, they're sitting second on 59, and Threave on third on 58. So I think the Threave and Real League game, I think that's done. I think so.
That's
Threave-
pretty much done, Des. Either
Aye.
5-0 up, but I can't see there's no way back for Vale leaving there, so that'll be a massive party down in Threave. And I remember thinking towards kind of midway point of the season, were Threave going to do it, because they had so many games in hand and they had a few difficult away journeys to go. They had to go to Lugar, they had to go to Glasgow United, they had to go to Irvine Vicks, and they've went there and comfortably beat all those teams. So congratulations to them, because I know that they missed out last year and it was a real sore one. And I would imagine with the setup down there at Threave, they've probably got aspirations to go even higher. So getting out that the third division is the first step for them. And it could be, once it's confirmed, congratulations to them, Coolsith and Thorn, and commiserations to teams like Greenock and Ardea, who have just missed out.
Where'd the Coolsith go? We also know Bailey's going. He's leaving a fantastic legacy. How do they build for next year?
I think it's going to be a really interesting appointment to see who they bring in.
Did they bring in?
So I spoke to, when I had PG on the show a couple of weeks ago, he let on, I think he knows who it might be, but he wasn't giving anything away, and he didn't even tell me off air, which is
2
unusual.
seconds and we'll pick that back up. Blantyre 0, Rutherglen 1, 45 plus 1. So from that, Glencairn are obviously up. Renfrew are teetering. We don't know the results from.
I don't think there's any score at Conan just now, but it looks it.
And at half time, it's now Knightswood 2-1.
Right.
Josh Weir with a double for 35 minutes and 45 minutes.
I thought they would. They beat them 4-2 2 weeks ago. Knightswood beat Eglinton a couple of weeks ago, so I fancied them to take care of them. Maybe just a bit tighter. It's always, I don't know if you've ever coached in that weird occasion where you play a team back to back.
I've done it once or twice, and it's not nice.
And the two games never go. They're never the same.
No.
You know, they're always completely different in terms of the way that they pan out. So it's a real test for Michael Pender and his boys. But again, you win the game, you win the league.
Test the character. I know the chairman at Knightswood very well. I work with him, a very good friend of mine, and I know Paul's a big Port Glasgow fan, and I know also I'm Renfrew and Hartby Kilbirnie, but I've got a soft spot for Knightswood purely because I know the chairman, I know a couple of boys there. I would like to see it. I'd like to see them go up, and I think they've got big plans to build the club and develop the club, looking at their own ground. They're playing at North Kelvin side at the moment, obviously, but they have aspirations to move up the leagues.
Yep.
So I don't think that can be.
Yeah, when I had Michael on the show, he was talking about a 5-year plan
Yeah.
that they have at Knightswood, so that'll be really interesting to see how they develop that. And one of the things that we're talking about was their own park and things like that. But they've done incredibly well this year, and again, they've been a real good addition to the league. You know, coming in from the kind of amateur ranks. So.
And it's very easy to say that, they've got money, they can do this, they can do that. Money doesn't buy you a team.
I know, and he kind of pushed back against that kind of narrative when I had him on, which a lot of people do, but I don't really care. You know, it sounds daft, but, and I know I'm maybe contradicting myself because I said earlier about Gartcairn having the most money in the first division, so they should win it, but should win it and actually win it are two different things. You know, just because you've got a backing or a bit of extra cash doesn't mean you're automatically going to win something. You know, I mean, you look at, let's use an example, so let's look at Irvine Meadow at the start of the season. They bring in Paul Payton, they bring in Jamie Bartley if he come, they bring in Mark McLaren, you know, all these boys experienced, they'll not be playing for nothing. I would imagine Irvine Meadow's budget at the start of the year would have been one of the higher ones in the first division, and they're fighting relegation. You know, so just because you've got a bit of extra backing doesn't mean you're automatically going to achieve something.
No, absolutely.
You
not.
need to get buy-in for the boys, And if you bring boys to a club just for money, you're not going to win anything. You know, nobody's ever won anything like that. Even looking at the very top end of football, look at PSG. You know what I mean? They get rid of all their stars, and now they're a better side
They're a better team.
because they're an actual team. And I remember I watched a documentary with Jose Mourinho, and he was talking about his Inter Milan Champions League win, and he used a phrase which I think is applicable at all levels of football. And he said, "Teams win trophies." We need a team. You know, and I think Michael Penders has built that at Knightswood. I think they've got a real team.
Well, I'm going to try and make a couple of wee phone calls here and sort of see how we can get on.
Here we go.
how we can get on. So I'm going to phone Alan McGraw at Renfrew. Now, how I'm going to do it, I don't know. So I'll just do it through my phone.
Do you need the mic up, Des, or you're not about to hear him? Des, you need the mics on, or you're not about to hear the punters will not about to hear him if you not get the mics up.
I'm putting that up.
No, the mics.
Alan, how you doing? It's Des. Oh, well, that didn't work there, so we'll try and sort that one out. How would you be thinking at half time? Jimmy Quigley's team talk. 1-0 down, 45 minutes to go. Save your season.
It
Is
just.
it as plain and simple as that?
I'm looking at the social media just now, and they've just put a tweet out or a post on X saying we need a big performance after the break. So does that mean that they've not been performing particularly well in the first half? I think it depends how you're playing. See, if you're playing okay, you can say, right, just keep going, keep doing what we're doing, it'll come, yada yada. Or if you're not playing well, then you really need to put it on the line. Look, lads, we've got a chance of becoming legends here almost. You know, we've got a chance of being up there with the best Renfrew teams that have been about, and it's a club that's got a lot of history, but you can put your name up there with them if you go out and give us a performance and show us what you can do in the second half.
You've got 45 minutes to make a name for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
45 minutes.
Aye, forever in Renfrew, not just a name for yourself today, like forever in Renfrew. You know, buy a pint in Renfrew again.
I don't think Jimmy has.
Aye, well, Jimmy, but I mean the players and stuff like that as well, you know. But
I'm looking at the current score. I look at the current score.
But even if Coinning are drawing, if Coinning are still only drawing, which I assume they are, 'cause there's been no updates, it still sees Renfrew up, even if they do lose today, because Coinning go level and Renfrew have got a far superior goal difference.
Another half-time result coming in. It is Rob Roy 2, Vale Clyde 0. So
Half time Coinning 0, St Roch's 0.
we'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
Just I've never.
But you don't want to rely on it. You don't want to
You don't.
rely on other teams.
No.
It's the worst thing in football is relying. I remember when I was at Troon, and we needed Kello. No, we needed Saltcoats to beat Kello or something, or Coinning. Saltcoats to beat Coinning, something like that. And it's the worst. You try and not think about it all day, but you can't stop it. And this was maybe 10 years ago. So social media wasn't that big a thing. So see, trying to get updates on the scores and things like that, there was certainly nothing like this to show. So it's a horrible feeling relying on other teams. So I'm sure Jimmy will not be wanting. He'll not even be looking at that. He'll just be concentrating on his own team and try to get a performance out of them to go and win the game.
I'm not a betting man, but I will guarantee you that Renfrew will come out a different team in the second half. I think this half time is Jimmy's biggest 45 minutes, and if he gets it right, and I know he will, it'll be a massive achievement.
So see the few times that we've spoke to him, and I've heard him speaking on the show, he's always been very. Because there was one, I think there was a game I was in the studio and they were down at half time, and it was the St Roch's game. Remember they went 2-0 up and then they were 3-2 down at half time.
He came back and won right at the end of the
game. And he was quite calm, and he said, look, there wasn't much to change. It was okay. We didn't need to alter too much and things like that. Is he will he go in? Can he go in there and rant and rave and give them a aye if he needs to?
Oh, Jimmy will tear the paint off the walls.
Mm-hmm.
If he needs to, Jimmy will.
But he's got a young team though. Is that, you know yourself, young players nowadays, is that the right approach?
I think that the players will know well enough that that's with potential down the line. I think that they'll know it's coming. He's got young Ryan, his son, in there as well. He's got young Lee McMenemy. These guys aren't young anymore. They're older. He's got boys that know what he's about and what his demands are. So yeah, he's got it in his locker.
That's another bugbear of mine is when we keep talking about young players when they're 23-year-old, 24-year-old. I don't know about you, Des, but to me that's not young. You know, you're a fully grown man. You should, you know, like when you get to that age in your life. If you're looking at 16, 17-year-olds, 18 maybe, then you're maybe looking at younger players. But
see, if you're 24,
you're not a young player.
You've done your apprenticeship. You could have your own house. You could have your own family. You're no young boys.
But the problem you've got is you've got boys leaving senior football at 19, 20-year-old that have never played a competitive game.
Yeah.
You know, and that then they come to maybe the west of Scotland, so maybe they're at, I don't know, like A United or Dumbarton or somewhere like that, till they're 19, and then they come out and they end up at Petershill, Renfrew, St Rochs, St Anthony's, whatever, and they're having to play competitive games, but they've got no experience. They don't know how to do it.
Before I answer you there, it's now Ladeside 1, Winton Rovers 1. Jamie White.
And Auchinlecker won one up at Pollock as well.
Are they? Hopefully Maxie can get a wee turn here in the next half hour. Just exactly what you're saying there. Guys that have been professional footballers who are coming out of the game at 19, 20, never having played a first team game, maybe sat on the bench, maybe went in a pre-season friendly, earning money from the game. We've tried to approach players in the past of that ilk, and their expectations, they've got no realism. They've got no realism of what to expect. You're going to get in playing men's football. You're going to go in there. Guys are going to be all over the top of you. Big, strong guys like yourself playing centre half, and you're taking a potential reduction in your wages. You might be earning the same money, but you've got to go into real life. You've now got to start to manage bills, manage houses, manage things. I don't think guys at 24 are young anymore. Guys at 24 should be approaching the peak of their careers. And that's where the whole sort of pro youth system and guys coming through. I would much. My oldest son's about 16 next week. As much as he's about 16, he's physically a man. And I've already said to him, I said, see in 2 years' time, you should be going playing junior. Go and get yourself in there. Go and get yourself toughened up. And I know he'll cope. He might not be the best. He came through the whole pro youth system. He's done that, and he walked away. But I don't look at him. I think that he would hold his own, and he could make a right good junior career, West of Scotland career.
Aye.
But it's about the mentality.
Yeah, I remember when I was 14. So I was signed to play with Hibs, but obviously they trained through at Motherwell, so they didn't ask me to go through 2 nights a week. They said, look, just come through once a week because you're coming from Ayrshire, but go and train with a club somewhere down there, just to keep us all ticking over. So my dad, who knew John Redmond, legend, absolute legend, at Troon, and asked if I could go in and train with Troon juniors when I was 14-year-old. And they used to train, it was back when Portland Park did the floodlights before they took them down.
The bit at the back?
No, they actually trained on the park because they had the floodlights. And I walked into that dressing room at 14-year-old with some absolute characters. Chris Kelly was the goalkeeper. I don't know if you remember Chris, Irishman, played with Glenafton.
Yeah, very
Hoots Harvey was in the dressing room.
Yes, I remember Hoots.
Both McCluckie brothers were there in the dressing room as well. Both Alan and Brian were both playing with Troon at the time. And see the education that gave me, going in and training with these guys and cold wet nights at Troon and running about the park and getting kicked lumps off and Hoots elbowing me off the ball and all this kind of stuff. It's an amazing education to go and play with older players. You learn so much. It's so important. I think young players nowadays, my advice to any young player is get yourself out playing. It really doesn't matter what level it's at or who it's with, just go and play, because see if you get out and you play early enough at 16, 17, you'll find your level, you know, you really will, and you'll get there eventually wherever you need to go, but just get out and play.
And what does it say, the school of hard knocks?
Aye, but it works, you know, it really does work, because then you don't have as much fear going into other situations and things like that, you know. So just go and play. And I really despair when I see boys wanting to turning down the opportunity to play every week in like the West of Scotland Football League and staying to sit on the bench at Stranraer or do you know what I mean, or somewhere like that, and just go out and play. You know, go and play as many games as you can.
I think the best example that I can talk about, we took a young Kyle Girvan. He had just been released by St Mirren. He was only 17. We took him from St Mirren to Kilbirnie. He was young. He was 17. He was like Bambi. He was tall, gangly, and slim. Our very first training session, the boy Greg Vernon, centre forward, that used to play.
Mm-hmm.
So Greg was a big, strong, physical guy. Lovely guy, PE teacher down at Garnock Academy. Big Kyle in our first training session, absolute first. We done a crossing and finishing exercise. Big Kyle just wiped him out, and I was standing behind the goals and I'm feeding the ball, and I think it was John Scullion I was standing with Scully, and say that first ball that came in, Big Kyle won the ball fairly, wiped out Greg, and Scully's first words to me was, "Oofed, he'll do for me." He stayed with us that year. He knocked back a move to Pollock. A deal was agreed. I believe Auchinleck were interested. He went to Stranraer. So he went from 17, one season, straight senior.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a young boy showing appetite to go, do you know what, I just want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And
And it's great.
it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Right, get yourself out there, go and play and learn as much as you can about the game. Learn about football, go and challenge yourself, playing at whatever level. And like I said, you will find, because especially see nowadays, most senior clubs are looking in the West of Scotland because
that's
budgets
that's their
you
fishing
know,
ground, isn't it?
budgets are such that you know you need to go and try and find. And there's plenty of, I think with the way the West of Scotland League is structured nowadays, it's a really good product that we have, and it's really competitive. So if you get the chance to get players out on loan at these clubs, it's well worth your while, definitely.
Oh no, definitely. So we're sitting at 3 o'clock, so we're just going to take a wee quick ad break, and then we'll be back with you straight away. How do I get the WhatsApp to which I'm phone people? Type the name on the screen on WhatsApp and click on the phone icon. You ready? 3,
Mhm.
2, 1. Okay, and we're back. So we're just having the games coming through, and we're having a wee chat about obviously young players, trying to make sure that we're getting senior experience, because that's what they need. You can, I always say, aim for the stars, and if you don't get there, you can always pick it up on the way back down. Any other results coming in just now?
No.
I'm just looking there.
Games are just kicking off. Jimmy's made a sub at half time, obviously trying to maybe get a wee injection into the team, but nah, nothing really. Just games kicking off for the second half, which I'm
just looking.
going to be a big 45 minutes coming up. There's massive
Yeah.
implications all over the league, so I'm sure we'll see a few nervy moments towards the.
So what I'll try and do is I'll try and see if I can get hold of Mark Bell. Your Mark's always good for a wee chat. I know the game's ongoing, so let's just see if we can get a wee chat with him. How are you doing, Mark? It's Des here. I'm well. How's the game going?
First half, it was all narrow, and three chances for a change, 3-0. Just on the break, the goal of the break, and the double back just on the half-time whistle. Second half's going 5 minutes into it now, and it's end-to-end stuff. Gradually, the possession for the second half.
Going by the other results that are going around at the moment in time, it looks like you guys should be fine. How was the feeling in the dressing room prior to the game?
It was actually quite relaxed as well. The guys knew they get 2 points. We can influence the game as well, just all we do is influence what we do in the guys, as I said, for a change we've actually taken our chances. We've got about a couple more. But as it stands, it's 2-1, but even at half time, seeing the goal right on the break, I'd say coming back in the second half, the boys just quite relaxed. We know the mission, and as I say, we can't control what happens. They're running, but the last I heard it was 1-1. Is that still the same?
Yep.
Yes, at the moment it's still 1-1, but as you quite rightly said, you can only take care of what's in front of you for these 90 minutes. So what I'll do is I will let you get back to your 90-minute duties, and I'll maybe give you a wee call at the end of the match if that's all right. Oh, and almost one live on here. No problem at all, Marky. Listen, I'll give you a wee shout after the game, okay, mate? So it seems as if Meadow are quite comfortable with their current
The
mark.
big goal. Musselburgh have taken the lead against Clydebank. Des.
Oh wow.
After 4 minutes, and also we've got Craig Gordon, who's on the YouTube saying he's live at Bonnyrigg v East Kilbride, so keep us updated, Craig, if you can. But massive goal for Musselburgh. Jordan Smith gives the hosts an early lead as he taps in a cross from the left at the back post. Worst possible start for the Bankies.
That's not what we want to hear. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get Gary at the Rob Roy game and see what we can find there. Say it's there we go, Gary Muirhead. Let's have a wee chance and see what he's saying.
They put the green one up, Des.
I'll just read the answers up.
Alright.
Well, I think Gary's obviously busy watching the game.
Ditching us, I don't blame him.
He's ditching us.
Out in the sunshine.
Let's
No.
be fair. Johnny, do you know what we should have done? We should have brought a gazebo and we should have set up the system outside, because it probably might have worked better.
Listen, Des, we're doing fine. Considering neither of us have any experience in radio whatsoever, we're getting by. I'm sure we're doing all right.
Would you right? Obviously, my job in teaching. If I'm doing a report card here,
I think we're a solid C+ just now.
oh, Gary's calling in. Gary, it's Des. How you doing? Or not?
Or maybe we're just going down to a C minus
I was
there.
about to say. And bear in mind, it is exam time because my oldest boy's going through his national exams, and I'm about as much use as a chocolate fire card for him.
I know.
So, anyway,
Craig on the YouTube's asking where PG is. He's got family commitments today, unfortunately. So I'm really sorry you're stuck with us too.
I
But
think
no, we're doing fine. Just talking football. So
Just
if
talk-
people are interested in
we
if
could,
people are interested in listening to some interesting conversation about football, then we'll be absolutely fine.
Listen-
We might not have all the bells and whistles that PG can bring with it, but we've got the basics.
what Johnny and I bring is knowledge, passion, and biscuits and sweeties.
Aye, I know. I'm controversial opinion, and it gets me into bother.
Aye.
Um,
Listen, nothing more than me because I've been getting pelters all week because of the.
Well, a few months ago I said the second division was a 2-horse race, so that was really clever of me. Looking at now 4 teams going to have a chance of winning the league, so that was maybe a
And
I
your,
slept up on my
and your
part.
prediction at the start of the day, who was going to win the league?
Neilston.
And I took Lanark.
I know, and Lanark are what, 1 each.
1 each.
Well, we nearly missed a goal there. Medal went 4-1 up down at Maybole, but still no goals at Neilston, which again,
And I would just say that it is about to be, barring a catastrophe, and I hope it's not a catastrophe, I think that Knightswood are about to be crowned
mhm,
Division 4 champions because they now went 3-1 up against Eglinton. I don't see that being turned around.
no, definitely not, and it's a fantastic achievement, and it's been a great race to end all the way to the end of the
Yeah.
season between those two that have really pulled clear from everybody else in that league. They were clearly the 2 teams were a class apart from
Yeah.
everybody else. Knightswood looked as if they were going to run away with it themselves for a long period, but Port Glasgow pegged them back. So credit to Tam Jameson and the guys at Port Glasgow for making it so interesting, because it could have got out of hand pretty easily, but they've stuck with it. And looking at their squad, I think they'll be a strong side next year in the
Aye.
3rd division. Port Glasgow.
As I said earlier, I'm very friendly with the Knightswood chairman. I work with him. Liam Coogans plays up front with them. Dan Miller, Middle Park guys that I know particularly well. In fact, my wife thinks Coogans is my surrogate son sometimes. The amount of times he's on the phone to me. We had him at Kilburnie and we look after him. But Tam Jimison again, a brilliant guy. I refereed him. I've known him for a number of years. He's the heart and soul of Port Glasgow. I think that, like we said about Clydebank, potentially going up the league, and hopefully we get to see Clydebank turn that around against Musselburgh. I can see Knightswood and Port Glasgow making a real impact,
Mhm.
moving up. It's just flashed through there as well. That's now a hat trick for Josh Weir.
Mhm.
That's 4-1.
And Witless have went 2-1 up against Lanark. So again, taking the lead early doors into the half. Lanark will be looking to see if they can bounce back, because as things stand, they would be missing out. Lanark would be missing out, and it'd be a
crying shame.
well. If you don't win your game, you've got a home game to get promoted. If you don't win it, is it a crying shame?
Well,
There's Knightswood have went 4-1 up, so it's
it's-
barring a complete catastrophe.
yeah.
And it's congratulations. But going back to what you were saying, I think there'll be a really good addition to that 3rd division next year, and I wouldn't be surprised. Looking at the teams that are coming down from the 2nd division, you're looking potentially Yoker, definitely St Anthony's and Craigmark. I don't think Port Glasgow or Knightswood have got anything to fear from them.
No.
And certainly looking at the existing teams in the 3rd division, I would imagine Greenock will be strong next year. Ardere will certainly be strong. Doraya are always there or thereabouts. I think it'll be a competitive league next year, but I think I really wouldn't be surprised if Knightswood and Port Glasgow are in contention to go up again next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have any fear for that. See, when we spoke earlier about teams that have exceeded expectation and teams that have not
Mhm.
caught up. The team that strikes out to me in the 3rd division, Glasgow United.
Aye.
They've they've massively underachieved. Now I know people will pinpoint and say they've got David Goodwillie, they've got Temple, etc. But they were always a competitive team, not in this league, but in the leagues above,
Mhm.
and always made it a hard place to go. They've just, I mean, they've only won 10 games this year.
I've said on the show a couple of times that I couldn't work it out. I watched them against Luger when I was still at Luger. I can't remember when that was, just after Christmas maybe. And they absolutely battered Luger and get beat 2-1. You know, and it just, see when a team's doing things like that, you worry for them. And as you said, they scored that day through a real bit of quality by Templeton and Goodwillie, and then they get beat 2-1. And you're just thinking, why is this team losing so many games? Because you look at that squad, they should be up the top end of the table. But also as well, I would say in that division again, I would say Irvine Vicks. I would have fancied Irvine Vicks to be at the top end of the table at the start of the season, given how well they did last year
Yeah.
under Dougie McDuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now obviously he stepped aside and his son Stuart came in,
And then Ben.
and now they're finished bottom of the league. And I see Stuart's just been appointed as the new manager at Luger.
Really?
Yeah, so that'll be really interesting to see how that goes. But I expected Irvine Vicks to be competing at the top end of the table, not getting relegated to the 4th division.
And how do you think that Ben will reshape it, remould it? Will he go back to his 20s from Irvine Meadow team? Will he try and bring them through? Because he's also got the automatic link there.
Mm-hmm.
And who were a very successful team.
Aye, I think he'll do well there next year. I think they'll bounce back. I really do. I think they'll be really positive, and they'll come back up. I think Ben will get good players in the door. I like when I hear him talking. I like what he's got to say, his enthusiasm and his ideas and things like that. I've spoken to him a few times on and off over the last few weeks. They had a really good run where they looked as if they might have been giving themselves a chance to stay up, but then they just had a couple of poor results towards the end and it kind of sealed their fate. So I think he started really well in there, and I think he's shown that he can get results, and I think they'll be in with a real good shout of getting back promoted next year.
I think the biggest thing that Vic's going down, and we've said it between PG, myself, you, and the other guys, going down isn't necessarily the worst thing happening, because it gives you that chance to rebuild. But I think looking at what their stats are this year, the biggest thing they need to build is the defence, because they've conceded 100 goals this year,
Aye.
and that's by far the most in the league. So that's your solid foundation that he needs to build. But I agree with you. I think he's a very good coach. He's very enthusiastic. He's got a lot of good guys around him. So
Neilston have taken the lead against Yoka, so that's 1-0. Del McNabb has scored for Neilston.
not unsurprising. Just as
Seems to score a lot.
He does. And just as we were talking about Glasgow United, they're now beating Dalry 3-0, but too little, too late.
Still 0-0 at Bonnyrigg. Thanks, Craig, for updating us on YouTube. Appreciate it, mate. So still 0-0 East Kilbride and Bonnyrigg. They'll just want to see that out as long as they can. 3-1's a good lead to go into a second leg. East Kilbride will just be looking to consolidate that and keep it, no give away anything early doors, and make it longer and longer. Because the longer it goes, the harder it becomes. The more Bonnyrigg will push, the more opportunities you might get at the other end.
And do you know what? And it might not be the most attractive football, but it's game management, isn't it? You did say that you fancied Bonnyrigg to win the game but lose the tie. I went for the draw. There's still enough time, certainly, for East Kilbride to come back. So looks like you are got it there. I still think East Kilbride have got enough in it to get something back in it.
Oh, definitely. Quality in that team's incredible. You know, you just need to look at the results this season and some of the things. I remember watching them. I don't know if you saw it, but I watched them against United in the Challenge Cup.
Yeah. And
they were outstanding. Like so good, so good. That night, they were a pleasure to watch, and I think they'll be a real benefit to the setup, to the SPFL setup, if they get promoted.
And again, also with technical issues with some of the interviews we've lined up. But I asked Mick Kennedy during the week, I asked him, I said, what kind of impact do you think this is going to have on the town? Because East Kilbride being one of the most biggest and vibrant towns that we've got in Scotland, this is the first time they'll ever had a senior team in the league, and it's been what 10 years. And you look through the managers that they've been through: Kevin Rutkovic, Billy Stark, Stevie Aitken,
Martin Laughlin.
all big, high achieving managers, and it's now went to potentially Mick to get them up.
Just nobody could get them over that hump.
Yeah.
You know, that was it. It was just that final
Do
leap.
you think it was the weight of expectation?
Probably, because it was always ever going to be defined by whether they get promoted. It seems like, as long as I can remember, and especially under Mick Kennedy's tenure, it actually didn't matter what they did for the whole season. It only matters what they do in these two games. You know, it's irrelevant. They could win every game in the league 10-0, win all the cup games 10-0, but if they get beat off Bonnyrigg, the season's a failure. You know, it's just such a bizarre situation. So it maybe is a wee bit of expectation, but also as well, I think, for some reason, and again, I don't get this this narrative, but it was the same when when Mick Kennedy was at Darvo. It was almost like people want to feel, you know, and I see people taking kind of pleasure in them getting beat last year for Stranraer and stuff, and I don't understand that narrative whatsoever. I think you should always want people that have the drive and the will to try and be successful, because it pushes everybody else on together. And I think Mick Kennedy's certainly got that. He's got that drive, enthusiasm. He puts a lot into it. Yes, he gets good backing, but see, if he wasn't doing the job on the park, he wouldn't get that backing. You know, that's what you need to remember. Like, you can't, like, people talk about the when he went into Darvel and the money that they brought in and stuff like that, but they still went and won. They won the league. They won, you know, things like that. And yes, they missed out in the playoff with Trinent, but we're now seeing how good a side Trinent are.
Well, I watched one of the only games I've seen. I've seen East Kilbride a couple of times this year, but I was there at Christmas. A colleague was sponsoring the game, and it was against Trinent. I think the game finished 2 each. What I took from the game watching it, with a supporter's hat on, was I thought East Kilbride were very good on the ball, very good movement. But what I took from Trent was they're a hard team to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Really resilient, really stubborn, in your face. They're quite happy to play a low block, because it's almost that way that they're looking at it saying, well, if you're going to beat me, you've got to get through me, and you're not going to get through me. But East Kilbride have got the talent to get through them. So I would still anticipate East Kilbride through it, and I think they will be a force to be reckoned with, hopefully, if they go up.
I just hope they'll obviously get monetary investment, but I hope they get backing from the town as well. You know, I think it is the largest town in Scotland that doesn't have a club.
And that's what I was alluding to.
So,
how will the town get behind it?
I hope they do get behind it. I know they've got plans for a new stadium as well, because it could be a good club, a good sized club. You know, I can't see any reason why a team like East Kilbride couldn't be similar to like an Airdrie.
I think East Kilbride
you know,
bigger than an Airdrie.
you know, that kind of thing, but that should be their kind of minimum aspirations, is to get into that level. That an Airdrie, a Wraith Rovers, you know, somebody like that. Great catchment area.
Great location.
That's what I mean. So there's no reason why they can't go up through the leagues, and people just need to get behind it. You know.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking for some goals coming in here. I'm looking at it. The latest is Giffnock 3, Campbelltown 1. East Kilbride with a free kick in the edge of the box, but Mimna's strike hits the wall and is cleared, so it's also at this moment in time it's still 1-0 on the day to Bonnyrigg. Port Glasgow 2, St Peters 0. Doesn't make any relevance because obviously the scoreline at Knightswood.
Auchinleck 2-0 up as well at home away to Pollock.
It's just fallen off, hasn't it?
It's just a great season for Auchinleck. I mean, I don't know what's happening at Pollock. You hear rumours, you hear all these kind of things, but it just the whole thing just looks a bit of a mess, Des.
It does.
You know, and it's such a shame from my point of view. Now, I don't know how it's became a mess. I'm not aware of the ins and outs and the what's going on there. The reason it's become a mess, but it just looks like a mess. So
for a team in their location who can bring in a crowd base that they bring in and the finances they bring in. And this has got nothing to do with any of the playing team, nothing to do with the management team. This has got to have come from above. It's only one place that it came from. I know there has been a few changes in committees and people moving through, but see if something, what's the old adage, if it quacks like a duck and it lays an egg like a duck, then it's a duck. Something just doesn't sit right there, and
Oh, aye.
I feel dreadfully sorry for Maxie, Chris, Dak, because these guys are working their tails off and they've not been sold what they bought.
I mean, where does that leave them in terms of finishing position?
Does that take them
Ninth. So they finished ninth in the season this season, which I don't think is a bad finishing position for all the turmoil. But it's what you've also got to remember, Des, is it's the managing of that turmoil as well. You know, like
unrest from the
Paul's
players.
having to manage that. Stuart's having to manage that turmoil off the park as well. You know, that players are hearing things and committees saying this, and you know, and you almost
Players being sold mid-season.
aye, you know, like the budget's been altered, whatever's going on. But they still finish ninth in the league, and they've had some good results and they've had some bad results, but I think that's a reasonable season for them. And I just hope that they don't fall down further down the leagues, you know, in terms of next season,
Yeah.
because it could, you never know.
Well, under this reconstruction, what are the potential talking the top
Top eight.
teams
Mhm.
with licences? Pollock are sitting ninth. So
Mhm.
if you look at it, and I know we spoke about it, so Clydebank got a licence, Talbot got a licence, Borough, Troon, St Cadoc's, Drummer in the process, Cumnock have it.
Borough don't yet, Troon don't yet.
They're in the
Mhm.
process of it though.
Yeah.
They're in the process. So if they're seen in the process, then that should be.
Well, it'll need to be done
Granted.
by next season, though, won't it? So that's the.
Is that the? Have they given them a window? Is it not?
Well, I would assume so, because they've said
I've thought it would.
licensed clubs, though, didn't they? So
or
if
if they're in the process of it.
I didn't read it as that, Des. Maybe you're right.
I don't know. I'm
But-
saying surely the league should be saying if you've applied for your licence and you're in the process
No,
of
with
it, then you should be eligible for it.
What the league should be doing this year is saying to teams,
Set
if
it
you want
up
to
for next
get
year.
your licence, or if you're in the process of getting your licence, we're going to work with you to make sure you have it by the end of this season.
Yes.
You know, and we'll now I know there's ins and outs, and I'm not being as flippant as saying, right, it's as easy as just doing it like that. I know it's difficult, but the league or the SFA or somebody or whoever should be putting plans in place to work with these clubs, to work with Troon, Johnston Borough,
It's in their benefit.
to make sure that if they want to get the licence, if I'm Jim Cutwood at Troon and I'm putting my hand up and saying, I want to get my licence, tell me what I need to do and I'll do it, the league should be doing everything that they can to try and help that along
And they've got that
move that
year's-
process along.
They've got that
Yeah.
year's period of grace
Uh-huh.
to have it in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously Troon are further along than Johnston Borough. I don't know how far along Johnston Borough are with it, but
I don't know.
they seem a wee bit away. Getting that done in a year will be impressive if they can get that, because the lights and the changing rooms and all
Let's
these
be-
kind of things.
If rumours are true, then they're probably the only team in the west of Scotland that probably can put it through that quickly. Certainly, I'm from Renfrewshire, and there's been things in our local media, and I'm sure it's been on social media.
I saw something about planning permission with
the whole new infrastructure of the
Right.
ground, and it looks fantastic. Can it be done in a year?
the.
I'm not sure. But listen, talking to Johnston Borough, we'll come back to that one
Mhm.
after a
It's a
very
big one
short
tomorrow.
break. The big one tomorrow. Lark Thistle against Johnston Borough in the Scottish Junior Cup semi-final. So if you bear with us, we will go to a short advert break and we'll be right back with you. And we're back. So, just we brushed on it briefly there, talked about Johnson Borough and their aspirational targets for licensing, and we've seen the plans, we've seen the grandiose plans. And by the way, it's fantastic because it's all very community based as well. They're wanting the community to buy into it. But tomorrow, Largs Thistle, Johnson Borough, Scottish Cup semi-final. Johnson Borough maybe surprisingly losing at home, which is a very, very difficult place to go. How are you looking at it for tomorrow?
Part of me looks at it and thinks, does the AstroTurf, big AstroTurf part suit Johnston Borough better than their own home ground on the grass at Keene Park? We know that Johnston Borough's squad has got bags of quality throughout it. Will they play better on the AstroTurf than they do on the grass? And if they do, then I think they're capable of turning it around. I do think they're capable of turning it around personally, but as you said, Largs are going to be a very tough nut to crack. So I think it's going to be, I think it'll be very tight, very edgy, very cagey affair, and I think one goal could maybe swing it, and we could maybe even see it go in extra time, penalties. It could go all the way, I think, this one.
I think if a team is ever built in the image of their manager, it's Largs. Now, I know Arnie well. In fact, I spoke to Arnie a couple of weeks ago and then I got a phone call. In fact, it was actually meant to be today. Arnie's getting a testimonial from Largs. This is his 10 years at the club. So he's asked me to referee it, or just referee it, or be in the middle or just walk a bit. And that is probably the limit man he's now, just walking about. I think that if you think of a Largs team, they're hard to beat, they're in your face, they're dogged, they're determined, they're busy. That was Arnie as a player. I think, quite rightly you said that the playing surface down at Barfields, the open expansive places, the quality of player that Johnson Borough has, because they have got vast quality players. I mean, from the back you've got Fraser Mullen, you've got the McCanns, you've got Dale Esplin, guys that can play ball, you've got Kyle Lafferty who's a threat up front. That probably should suit Johnson Borough more down there. But I think, and I'm probably going to be entirely wrong, but I think I can see Largs doing this. I can see Largs getting across the line, and I think they'll do it in 90 minutes. I don't think, and again, I know Murdy very well. He actually teaches my son. I just think that Largs are going to be too hard a team to beat at home.
No, I can see that. Largs have always been strong at home, especially under Arnie's tenure. Just before we go into that cut updates, Threave are now 6-0 up. They're absolutely cruising to that promotion spot. Greenock are 3-1 up at Lugar, and St Rochs have taken the lead against Colwynnon. 73 minutes. St Rochs have taken the lead. So
that just gave my heart a wee palpitation there, because we're still getting beat by Peters Hill, and if the Rock beat Colwynnon, we still go up.
Yep, absolutely. So you'd be pleased about that.
Right, how long to go? I'm looking here. 15, it's 15:35.
If you don't know how to press all those buttons, I've got no chance if you go away.
No. I've got them.
Aye.
Mrs. Roach might be doing a late pickup.
No, I think you're right about Arnie. His service to Largs has been incredible since he took over from Brian Slavin there, and he's built them into a team, an established Premier League team, and they've got quality as well with Sewell up front and things like that. So, it's, as I said, I just think it's going to be a cagey affair, and I would like to see. I suppose I would like to see Largs going on to the final, but I wouldn't begrudge either of those teams, to be fair, and then they go on and play Trunent. But talking about Arnie, I know you said you know him well, but I told this story when I was on the show a few weeks back. But when I left Troon, when I was the manager at Troon, I left there. He was the only kind of other manager, if you like, of another club to actually reach out and send me a message. He sent me a message on Twitter just randomly. I don't know him at all. Well, I know him to talk to, you know, the way you do in football.
Yeah.
But he sent me a nice message on Twitter just saying he was sorry to see me leave, wish me all the best and things like that. And for somebody that I don't even really know to reach out and to send me that message, I've never forgotten that. I don't think I've deleted it actually. I think it's still in my messages. But it was just a really nice touch. It shows you the manner of the man.
I remember refereeing. It was the year that Everton Meadow won the league. When it was 2009, and Talbot won the league. They'd won. Meadow won the league. Talbot won the Scottish Cup on Sunday. They played Pollock on the Tuesday. I was refereeing it. All Pollock needed was a draw to win the league. Talbot won the game, which meant Meadow won it. I drove home, and before I went home, you'll be the same, Johnny. Your head's running 100 miles an hour after the game. So there was a pub cafe around the corner for me. I used to always go in for an iron brew, sit, I'd be 20 minutes on my own, let my head calm down before I went home. I walked in, who's the first person I met? Army. He's like, what are you doing here? I was like, well, just come in for an iron brew and just take 20 minutes. So, what are you doing here, mate? I actually turned out we lived back to back
Oh, do
to
you?
each other. We
Right.
lived streets back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to know him since then. And do you know what? His personality off the pitch is entirely different from his personality on the
But
pitch.
many people do say that about.
Oh, hundreds. And how many folks say that about referees?
I know.
They don't have a personality. I don't have a personality, so I'm alright with that.
No,
at, least
you're
I'm,
okay.
at least I'm consistent. But just looking through the results coming here,
Oh, Des.
don't,
2-0 PZ.
as long as
As long as
Cowan are getting me.
So now you're.
Sorry, Kevin. As long as Cowan are getting me.
I know. I know. Now your eyes are all on that because that's what 50 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go.
Well, we'll get 7 minutes to go. Going by the
Aye. So 2-0 Petershill. I'm telling you, that's that 3-week gap.
It is.
Although it's not obviously affected Whitlet, so
Yeah. Well.
because they've gone to Lanark and winning 2-1.
Aye, and Nielsen are obviously going to look as if they've won the league. So Lanark are the team that are going to miss out.
Mhm.
That'll be.
Oh, it'll be a sore one, especially being on such a good run.
Mhm.
You know, like to come like a train for the last however many weeks and put yourself right in the mix when you were probably classes out of it. We've said, I think we've said in here that we thought Muirkirk, Whitlets and Neilston were the three that was going to go up. We said that for weeks. And
10 games unbeaten,
Mhm.
Lanark,
I know.
and to come down to the last kick of the
A
ball.
home game as well.
I know.
You know, a game at home against a right good side, by the way. I think
Listen, all credit to
Whitlets are a right good side. Like they've, for this level, the squad that they've assembled, I would argue the squad that Whitlets have assembled is probably the best squad in the league. And I know the expectations put on the boys at Whitlets, Graham Neal and the guys at Whitlets, was to get promotion. You know, that was the expectation. Quite a strong expectation.
when
You
they
know,
took
so
over.
for them to go and do that, the run that they've went on to put
think
themselves in that place.
There's quite a few of the Whitlets players we had at Meadow. You also get you've got the Kerr brothers, Sean Ewart. I actually thought Sean Ewart was a very underrated player.
He's just really struggled with injuries, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I actually gave him his, well, I didn't give him his debut, but when I was at Whitlets with Steph McMillan, when I just started going into coaching when I stopped playing, we gave Sean his debut as like a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old at Whitlets, and even then we thought this boy's a talent.
Mhm.
You know, you could play in the Premier League, because we were in the District League at the time, so that's how long ago it was. It was still the old District Leagues. And we thought Sean was a talent, but he's just really struggled with injury. I don't think he's played all season, just through injury.
Yeah, when we went into Meadow, he was a fringe player, and we watched him in training, and I thought this guy can ping a ball.
Mhm.
He's got a great left foot on him, and we threw him in, and he could play left back, he could play left midfield, you could actually put him in the middle as well.
Very good in the air as
Yeah,
well.
very underrated. You also
Mhm.
get Jordan up front scoring goals at that level, which Whitlets just seems a club that suits him. He had a young family at the time, and the travelling was getting to him with the two Kerr brothers, Big Isaac, could win anything in the air. So yeah, I know quite a few of the Witless
Mhm.
players. Yes, they have got a good team. I know also Lovey in there as well.
Craig Gordon's just staying still waiting on a goal at Bonnyrigg. A few tasty challenges going in.
Is there?
I love that though.
But it's going to be in it.
I know.
You're not coming to this again. So it's now what 3-2. 2 goals in it, 1 goal in it for East Kilbride, 2 goals in it for Bonnyrigg. Do you see this going to extra time?
No.
No, I don't either.
No. No. I think East Kilbride will get over the line, as I said. Bonnyrigg. Who's the new manager at Bonnyrigg? Is it?
It was
Is the
Jordan
boy
York.
Is that the boy that was?
Jordan
At,
Stewart. Jordan Stewart, is it?
is that the boy that was at Trinent?
Let me just check for you. I'm sure it's
3-1 it is, Des. So 3-1 on aggregate. So I'll fancy East Kilbride to see that out in the second half, and get themselves up the league, which is great, which is about time. And then we can see what happens at the other end with Clydebank and Musselburgh.
well,
How much do you think would that have an effect on Clydebank if they don't do the business against Musselburgh? Now I know we're being pretty premature. We know it's only half an hour ago in the first game, and we've still got another 90 minutes at home park to play. But we're just for discussion's sake, because look at how much of an effect do you think it had in Darvel?
I think it was crippling for Darvel.
And now
And I think
Clydebank are in a much more secure state in terms of off the park financially than Darvel are. But how much of an impact do you think that has on Clydebank if they don't do the business against Musselburgh?
I think it'll be absolutely heart-wrenching for them. Now, I said before when we were talking about the game earlier, I think if Clydebank come out there with even a 1-0 drop, I wouldn't back against them at home park, because can you imagine the crowd that's going to be there next Sunday? I'll certainly be one of them. I'll be there. I think Clydebank are on a far better financial and structural basis to cope with it better. What the difficulty is, how do they then motivate themselves to go back and try and replicate what they done this year? Because from speaking to him off, he's got the vast majority of his team signed up for next year. He's got a couple of irons in the fire and a couple of boys committed for next year as well. But I'm sure these boys are committing, thinking with the expectation they're going to play in a different league. So it really, and this will be a test of Gordon and his backroom staff and his coaching staff to regenerate these guys to go again, which I know they can and I know they will, because Gordon's such an enthusiastic and progressive manager that he will do it. But coming home 1-0 down at half time with 90 minutes to go, bringing them back to their own place. Now, I don't think the game's over. I still think Clydebank will get. Let's be honest, you've got Nicky Little in your team who scores goals every week. All it takes is one flash of genius and that game's turned on its head. I'm still confident that Clydebank will get through it.
Oh no, so am I, and I really hope they do. But it's just interesting. I was thinking about that last night. I was thinking about Darvel and their situation and how everything's kind of went downhill since they lost that game against Trinent, and now playing first division football next year. How things could have been so different for them if they'd won that game and went into the Lowland League. You know, and look at the path that they've taken now. Now, again, I don't see Clydebank going down that path, but it's worrying, you know, because you set yourself up for expectations of achieving promotion to the Lowland League, and then not to get it would be really disappointing.
Goal, Clydebank.
Oh, good.
Keir
Good.
Sampson,
Right.
one each, just as we're talking about it.
Good for
And
them.
obviously, Craig Gordon's just come back in to his.
I know.
I'm saying
Johnny
Johnny
Stewart.
Stewart. I'm saying Jordan Stewart. See, the actor for Scott or something?
I don't know. No, he played with Conan as well. Do you know? Is there no Jordan Stewart plays with Conan? I'm sure there is.
Possibly.
For me, that doesn't know names.
That's what you say.
no.
You get guys that
No,
play
I'm
for Conan and
Terrible with names. But aye, that's right. He went from Trinent to Bonnyrigg as well. So
another goal coming in. Bells Hill 3, Maryhill 1. Jordan Cherry gets on the score shot. No, social media saying it's not a typo. Cherry makes it 3. I'm just flicking through. 3-0 Auchinleck.
3-0 looking like, aye.
3-0 Auchinleck.
I know, and like we said, that's them now moving into a situation where that points total would have been enough to win them the league last year,
Yeah, and
or
I'm
beat
also,
or tie Beef last year.
and I'm also just getting a text from my friend who's the chairman at Knightswood. 5-1 Knightswood.
5-1. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Knightswood. Michael Pender, we will give you a call. Tony Andrew, congratulations. I'm keeping my referee top on because that's my club, but I can let you into my secret later on. I will divulge something later. That's a poor one for Pollock to lose on in the last game of the season at home, 3-0 to Auchinleck, but you can never
No.
I mean, coming up here, Kilsyth Athletic, 2 goal scorers. Think back to the 90s, Man United,
York and Cole.
York and Cole.
Can he beat it?
Can he beat it? 5-0. Wow.
Aye, we were talking before about Kilsyth Athletic and what direction they go down.
Yeah.
I don't know I haven't seen anything about Bailey's backroom team, whether they're leaving with him.
It's been quite
quiet,
yeah.
and I don't know whether that's a consideration that they try and keep the continuity similar to Thorn did this season when their manager left and they promoted the assistant, promoted from within,
Mm-hmm.
or whether they go down a completely different route and get somebody in externally. But the issue that they've got is that Bailey was such a big part of that team's progression and that team's achievements that it's going to be a really difficult act to follow if they bring in somebody completely new externally, with new ideas and different thoughts and things like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see who they appoint, because a lot of those players will have been on the journey with Bailey right from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And where do they go from there? You know, because that could be one where you could see massive wholesale changes across the summer, and they could struggle, or they could go on and do even better. Who knows? But it's going to be really interesting to watch.
I think it makes sense to keep the current team they've got there, but you know yourself, being a player and being involved in that, there's an entirely different mindset required from being a coach to being a manager.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's have the guys who are in there, and I don't know them, so I don't want to do an injustice. Do they have the capacity to do it, but do they have the will to do it? So I would like to see, for continuity's sake, Kilsyth Athletic, who've built a good season, building a good reputation, given a young manager the chance. I would like to think that if from within the current group that somebody's willing to do it, then I would be inclined to say, yeah, give them a go.
Mm-hmm.
I think that should be
Mm-hmm.
the model that they should follow. I'm always one for giving young guys a chance,
Mm-hmm.
because I think it's very, very easy to go around, and we've all seen it, the same managers go around the same top teams. Give guys, and that's where I think Coinning were great, bringing in Kevin Kelly this year and giving him that opportunity.
Yeah.
And Renfrew, I know Jimmy's been there a few years, but sticking with Jimmy and giving him that opportunity, and it's, well, hopefully, touch wood, it's going to pay off today, because we're 4 minutes into added time, and I'm not going to lie, I am.
You nervous, Des?
No, I'm never nervous.
You look a bit nervous.
I'm just I'm just waiting for a text to confirm.
Just to confirm.
Just to confirm.
Can't be long to go now, but these are the worst times as a manager or a coach when you're standing on the sideline as a supporter of when you're standing on the sideline waiting for the whistle to go.
PG's just sent me a text.
What's he saying? Press this button.
No, it's fine. It's not to do
But it's the worst time when you're sitting waiting to be. But you're right, going from promoting from within, and on paper it looks like a good option, but it doesn't always work. I mean, we've saw it this year. 2 examples I would probably use is we saw it with Irvin Vicks at the start of the season. Didn't work. We saw it with Luger halfway through the season. It didn't work. No. They've now went on to another manager. So it doesn't always work, because it is such a different thing, and I think that's what people don't realise. I've done both. I would never be a manager again. I've openly said that. I've no interest in ever doing that again. I'm quite happy if I can be a coach, then I'll do that.
Would you go back in?
Aye, no, definitely. I'd be doing it right now if I didn't have my son.
Mhm.
You know, but because my partner works every Saturday, then I need to watch the wee man. So I can't commit to anything just now, which is okay, which is why I love doing this because it keeps me involved. But if I wasn't, if my partner's working hours were different or whatever, then I would be coaching somewhere, definitely. Probably with George, because I would just go and do whatever he is. I would be by his side as I have been for the last kind of 6 years. But I would never be a manager again.
I had a conversation with some friends the other week. They were asking if I would go back into coaching, and I don't have the time. My youngest son's he competes internationally in gymnastics, and he's training all the time. Like you, an avid West of Scotland. I'm a football fan. I'm an avid West of Scotland fan. Enjoy it. If I had the time, would I go back? 100% I would go back. 100%, because there's nothing better than being in the dressing room. Nothing better than trying to talk about football, talk about training, talk about what we're doing, how we're going to set up. Yes, I would do it in an absolute heartbeat. As I said, I'm glad my wife doesn't listen to this, because she would be saying no. But as you said, just life constraints take you away from the actual the actual nuts and bolts of it. But it doesn't mean you're any less passionate or you've any less knowledge about it. And I say that's why you guys are stuck listening to us. And come on, it's 15:52. Surely this St Roch's and Kilwinning game is finished.
And
Please.
just confirming three now promoted to the second division, so congratulations to them. That's a great achievement for them, and especially with the run that they went on throughout the towards the end of the season, so congratulations to them. Commiserations to Greenock, who have won fairly comfortably at home to Lugar today, but just fallen short.
And that's Glencairn confirmed as well. They've
Glencairn, well done.
1-0 against Blantyre away from home.
Congratulations to Glencairn.
And Martin McBride, a friend of mine who's our captain when we were at Kilburnie, he's still plying his trade up there, so congratulations, Bridie.
So no, a great. I can see just seen some pictures on social media from Rutherglen. Full time Renfrew and Petershill 2 days, but we're looking for the Candy to do your turn. Have you got anybody at the game?
At the Renfrew game?
No, at the.
I've got nobody at the Kilwinning game apart from Kevin Kelly, but I've got.
I don't think you should. I don't think you should text him.
No, I'll not be texting Kevin. That's for sure. I've got a couple of guys at the Renfrew game. I'm just trying to.
Renfrew and Petershill. That'll be a really disappointing result for Jimmy, but it'll no matter a jot if St Roch's do them a favour.
No.
And get them promoted. So.
I'm just trying to see if I can get Jimmy quickly on this, which I will be able to.
Well, you'll maybe not get him the new days.
I'm not getting the now, but. Oops. Just waiting for.
I think for me, Renfrew.
Do you know what? This is typical Renfrew. This is typical Renfrew. Doing it the hard way.
Aye, definitely. Neilston have just scored late on to make it 2-0, so looks like Neilston are going to win the league. Congratulations to them. They're going to win that second division, which has been really competitive. But okay. Neilston, I think Neilston as well, they had a wee dip as well, didn't they? And then they've bounced back.
Scott Perry made a good point.
I remember talking with you a few weeks ago, and we thought maybe they'd blown it a wee bit, you know.
Yeah, I think that Neilston again, a club that you don't associate with being down that sort of division. Neilston are always a team that's a bit like Renfrew in the Premier in the first, They went through a couple of managers recently. Chris Cameron was doing well up there. He was up there with Chris Carson and with David Gordon, Disco. Again, all ex-Renfrew boys. It's great for Neilston to be back up there and thoroughly deserved. And they maybe the wee rock in their performances over the last few weeks. They've certainly consolidated now and they've won the league. So congratulations to Andy Whiteford and these guys.
And Bonneton have beaten Cambuslang 4-2 as well. But again, we said it wouldn't matter if Neilston did the business against Yoker. So, or Des got a penalty to go winning.
You're kidding me.
You're alright though, a draw's okay. A draw's okay if my maths is correct. Because that would move Cowannon on to 55, same as Renfrew.
We're still okay.
But you're okay with
Goals.
goal difference. I one each Des. It's warm enough in this studio, but you are sweating buckets now.
Jesus.
It can't be far. It can't be long to go, surely.
Who's the ref?
I know. You know the word before. You know check before.
There'll be a summons going out.
Oh, definitely. Just some other full-time results. Cumbernauld won 6-0 against Ashfield. Greenock have finished 5-1 against Lugar. A great way to end the season for Greenock, although they've missed out in promotion.
Yeah, again, Gary will be kicking his heels. Just so much, but just not enough.
You know, Wishaw beat Irvine Vicks 3-0. Sorry,
Really?
that's a big result for Wishaw going into
Yeah.
next season. Kaluk beat BSC 6-1, which is a good result for Kaluk. They've had a few good results recently. They've picked up quite a bit. Glasgow United have beat Dorai 3-0.
3-0. Yeah.
Again, Glasgow United. It'll be interesting to see what happens next year. That goal scored in the 93rd minute. Des at Cowannon, apparently according to social media. Auchinleck have finished 3-0. That's full time against.
Yeah, I've seen that's coming through.
So another really solid performance from Auchinleck. Just
So it was Jack McMahon who converts from the spot to equalise. Cowannon 1, St Roch's 1.
I know.
Jack, I don't know you, but
Blow the whistle. But aye, so it's kind of tense time down at Cowannon because they'll be throwing the goalies up. The goalie will be up.
Oh.
It'll be chaos. It'll be like the old ice hockey when they take the goalie off and put a striker on.
West Park 5, New Means 1. That is the season over. Come on, the East Kilbride obviously we spoke about.
Aye, Bellshill will beat. We're 0-0 at Bonnyrigg, East Kilbride as well. Craig's gave us a wee update there, so thanks very much again, Craig, for keeping us posted on the game
Do you know
over
what?
in Edinburgh.
Taking Renfrew aside, I
Mhm.
think that getting in 1 each at half time,
Full time Des,
1 each.
one each. So as long as my maths is correct, and I was no bad at school. Maths was actually one of my stronger subjects. But if my maths is correct, then Renfrew are promoted.
Oh God, Sharon, you can pick me up.
So congratulations to Des, to Jimmy Quigley, to Renfrew, and obviously Rutherglen, all the guys at Rutherglen as well, in their promotions to the Premier League. Commiserations to Cowannon, who miss out, and then we're still waiting on full times coming in from the second division for the Whitletts game, the Muir Cup game.
Yeah, we've not had that through, but I will be magnanimous.
I've put that banner on the screen now, and I hope I'm right with it when I say Renfrew promoted. So
Listen, it says it there, it can't get taken away.
I know.
That's
It's on YouTube forever.
That's it.
But to be fair, nobody's going to watch this episode with how much of a Horlicks we've made of it all.
By the way, I bet this is probably getting more views than anything.
Aye, it's
This
good
is-
fun. If you want to see two middle-aged guys fumbling about a computer with no clue what they're doing, just talking about football, then this is the place for you.
But in all seriousness, absolutely delighted. Absolutely, my hometown team, my team are promoted back to the Premier League, which was never a thought at the first day of the season. Never a thought. And Jimmy Quigley will be made a freeman of Renfrew. Well, he's already got the freedom of Renfrew anyway. But no, brilliant. I'll get down there, guys. I'll catch you. What I really hope now is we just got and give a right good representation of ourselves up there.
What's the
Because
crowds like at Renfrew?
normally we probably get a couple of hundred.
Right.
Couple of hundred every week. Big games will.
And do you see that increasing?
I would hope it would go up a wee. I would hope it would go up a wee bit because there'll be more. I'll guarantee there'll be a great crowd there today,
Mm-hmm.
and that'll be one of the questions I ask Jimmy when I go on to him. The location of the ground. The difficulty is we're close to St Mirren,
Mm-hmm.
we're close to Rangers, we're close to Celtic, so that's always going to take away a large proportion of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But what you've seen the facilities got down there, brilliant pitch.
Amazing.
You've got the bar, you've got the food, you've got the hospitality. It's got everything you need, absolutely everything you need. I could see it going up slightly. I
Mhm.
could see it going up slightly. Renfrew's always got a pretty steady and standard amount. See if we could add maybe 50, 60 to 100. See if we get an extra 100 every week. That'd be massive.
Mhm.
That'd be massive. But listen,
Whitlets has finished 2-1 to Whitlets, so that's
that's confirmed.
confirmed their promotion as well. So congratulations to Graham Neal
Well done, guys.
and all the guys at Whitlets. We're still waiting on social media confirmation from Larkhall v Muirkirk, and then final confirmation from Neilston as well. But they're fairly comfortable. I think I wouldn't have any.
I wouldn't
The
have any
the
worries.
Muirkirk one's interesting though because they put a post on X after 3 minutes saying that Muirkirk were 1-0 up, and then there's been radio silence ever since.
Mhm.
So it's one of those ones where maybe the boys ran out of battery or something.
What we'll do is we'll go for a quick advert break. We'll refresh our social media. We'll be back with some more information from Johnny and myself, and we'll talk to a few of the managers. So it'll take me 2 years to get to go. And we're back. So, into the last hour, and we are brought to you by our fantastic sponsors, VSN. Sorry.
Mr. Craig McDee has told us on YouTube that Muirkirk have won 2-0.
What?
Yep, so massive congratulations to Neilston, Whitlets and Muirkirk,
And Lanark miss out.
and Lanark miss out.
That's a gutter.
Do you know something? I'm absolutely delighted that I reverse jinxed Muirkirk by picking against them today. I'm so pleased for Ross Cusick and the team. I hope when he hears that I picked against him, he doesn't go in a bad mood with me because I've done it. I've brought it. I've sent it into the universe and it's come back. I'm so pleased for them. Delighted.
And for any of you guys who are eagle-eyed and watching us, so everybody knows I'm a Renfrew fan. I've got a strong allegiance with Kilbirnie, but one of my best friends is the chairman at Knightswood, and he dropped off a top to me this morning, and I said I would wear it. Obviously, I've got my Renfrew top on, but my good friend Johnny, sorry PG, while you're watching, but Johnny is resplendent in the West of Scotland 4th Division Champions strip for Knightswood Football Club. Tony Andrew, Michael Pender, congratulations. I'm absolutely delighted for you, and I'm sure you'll enjoy your evening. Johnny, that's a great fit.
It's a bit tight. I'm just taking a picture. I'm going to send it to Michael Pender. But aye, so it's a bit tight on me. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep it on before I rip it. To be fair, but no.
Get out the gym, Johnny.
It's
Get out the gym.
I need to get into the gym. It's where it's tight. It's the problem around my stomach. But I know it's a bit of fun, isn't it? I wish PG was here. You get your Port Glasgow gear on. I've got the Knightswood top on.
But listen, guys, if Johnny asked me a question earlier, PG's probably the only one that can answer this, but we're going to throw a wee shout out here. If anybody can let us know, why are Port Glasgow known as the Undertakers? We couldn't come to you, Johnny, could we?
No, I've no idea.
No idea. So if you want to get in touch with us, please phone us on 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us through Twitter or X, whatever it's called now, on @SatFootball Live. We'd love
And
to
you know
get
what would be
your-
amazing? PG's been in here for however many weeks and nobody's phoned in yet. Last show of the season, he's not here. Come on, somebody phone in. Just
Phone
so
us
that we
two
can tell
clowns.
him. Phone us too. We'll not be able to work it to get you on the radio, but you can phone in anyway.
That's it. That's it. Come and let us know. But as I was saying, this show is brought to you by our very kind sponsors, VSN, Bespoke Sportswear. If any of you are got any needs, anything that you want to do, please look up at VSN and ask for Gary. Also, Roxburgh Insurance Brokers. If you're needing anything from home insurance, car insurance, life insurance, give them a wee check out. Johnny, I'm knackered.
Oh, it's a stressful time for you. Like you said, it's the Renfrew way, doing it the hard way, isn't it? But it doesn't matter now. See, in about 5 minutes' time, nobody's going to care. Because
No.
the only thing that matters is Renfrew, Rutherglen and Arthurlie will be playing their football in the
See,
Premier League next
The
year.
bit that I like is, see when you see the top three and that wee line goes across and you go, that's it.
Or they go green. And the same with the other with the teams in the second division. So that's fantastic achievement. So we've got Arthurlie, Rutherglen and Renfrew going up from the first. Neilston, Whitlets and Lanark confirm their play. Neilston, Whitlets and Muirkirk go
Lanark
up.
stay down.
Lanark stay down. In the third division, Thorn, Kilsyth and Threave. And in the fourth division, Knightswood, Port Glasgow and Kello are the promoted teams. So congratulations to all of them. It's been a fantastic season. I don't know about you, Des, but I've really enjoyed this season, watching the goings on in the west of Scotland.
Yeah, I think we said when the league first got turned around and the way the teams were set up, I think now we're seeing the true levels that the team should be at and playing. It's competitive games every week. You could have a team at the top playing against a team that's 8th, and it could turn around. And that's all you want. That's all you can ask for. The way it's looking forward, Threave, this is a massive jump for them. Massive jump, going up the league, going up to the second. Will they be able to keep a hold of their better players? I think they will because of where they are, but it's going to be a big ask for them.
See, I slightly disagree with you, Des.
Do you?
I think they've got a. Again, I haven't seen them much this season. Obviously, watched them in the telly against Stranraer when they played them in the Scottish Cup at the start earlier on in the season. I think they shape to me as a team that would improve the further up the leagues they go. I really do.
Where are they going to get their players from?
Well, I know that's the difficult thing, isn't it? But then that's just. See, the thing is, it's people say that, but it's the same. There's lots of teams where you could probably say the same for, that kind of thing. But I think they've got a set squad. I think they've got a young-ish squad that should be able to compete. I think if you look at the 3 promoted teams that are going up into the second division, Thorn, Kilsyth, Threave, I would expect them all to be competing next year fairly comfortably. And then you look at the teams coming down, Blantyre, Ashfield and Maybole. Again, we'll look at it. I think we're looking at all the leagues for next year and thinking they're all going to be really close, and you don't really, for me, there's no real standout. And maybe in the first division you would say Gartcairn, perhaps, just because of monetary reasons and whatever, and the fact that they were probably relegated in a false position because they should have had more points than they did. But there's no real kind of teams where you look at it and go, all right, they're the favourites for the league, in the second, third and fourth for next year. I don't, looking at right now, we're barely finished this season, we're talking about next season, but I don't look at many teams and say, right, they're the favourites for the league. We've got a wee comment from Scott Campbell on YouTube, thanks very much. Saying Wikipedia says it was down to Port Glasgow's black strips in the early days. Maybe a local undertaker been part of the club back then. If you trust that, I don't know if I trust Wikipedia, but
When I, and again we're going back 15, 17 years, when I refereed Port Glasgow didn't wear black and white stripes. Port Glasgow did wear an all black kit.
did they?
Wore an
So
all
maybe
black
it is, I
kit.
don't know.
Possibly.
But it's an interesting thing anyways. So going back to what we're saying, I don't see an outstanding favourite in the second, third or fourth divisions for next year. I really don't.
No, I don't see anybody outstanding. I think going down, I think Gartcairn are probably in the best position to go up. Do I see Benburb jumping back up? I think Benburb could be struggling. It depends on how Darvel back Michael Oliver, and obviously what Michael Oliver wants to do. But they've certainly got the infrastructure in place.
I
on
worry,
the pitch.
I worry for Benburb.
I worry for Benburb.
Not in terms of getting relegated again, but I find it more difficult to see them bouncing straight back.
Yeah.
Darvel, I think. I watched
I
Darvel.
think they'll have enough to be competitive.
I watched Darvel against Benburb, and I was really impressed with them that day. But as you said, they just didn't win enough games next year. So it's going to be really interesting to see who they bring in, what type of player they bring in. Because I know there was quite. I don't know about you, Des, but did you feel that there was a lot of loan players at Darvel this year?
I think there was far too many loan players.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, because they had. Was there 3 for Johnston Borough? There was a few from senior teams as well.
But Naismith was the.
I don't think Naismith was Gilmartin. Was he not on loan as well from
they,
Borough?
they also lost Jordan Allen. Jordan Allen went down to.
And then
after.
they lost Darren Black as well, and they signed the striker for Kilbirnie, Scott. You know the one I mean.
I know the one. Your name escapes me.
But so it'd be interesting to see what kind of players he gets in, because you don't want too many loan players. I don't think.
I think ideally, and you being in this position as much, you want your core players signed and ready to start pre-season on day one. And if you're bringing players in on loan, these are maybe once the season started, and you can see there's a deficiency somewhere. I expect Gartcairn to bounce straight back. Darvel, I would expect to be competitive, and Benburb, unfortunately, I can see Benburb being sort of middle of the road.
And what else is going to be interesting is what they go in and do in terms of this year, going into next year. How do they back Kevin Kelly in the summer with that? What happens at Petershill? Who do they bring in as their new manager? What do they do in terms of backing infrastructure? Kilbirnie, are they going to invest?
See, the fun about Petershill, we spoke earlier about they get rid of their manager during the week, and then they won't produce a result 2-0 away from Brentford. Where was that performance before?
But they've not had that bad. It's not been a bad season.
It's not been a bad season, but if they could produce those on a consistent basis, they wouldn't be mid-table. To me, I always think Petershill are the bridesmaids. They get so far, and they just don't take that. They just don't take that final step. Anyway, I'm going to try and make a couple of calls and see who we can find. Will we try Michael Pender, or is it too early in the championship promotion?
Oh, well, I've sent him a WhatsApp and he's not even read it yet.
Is he not even read
but
it?
to be fair, if you win something, the best thing to do is to put your phone off and forget about it. And
To be fair, listen, we'll try Gary and see how the Gary Muirhead, see how the Rob Roy game went today. And then we'll try Mark, and we'll go to Armedo, who have also secured their status.
If Michael messages me back, I'll ask him if he's up for coming on.
Gary, how you doing? It's Des. Gary, how you doing? It's Des here. You all good?
All good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, very well. How did the match play out today?
A really comprehensive performance by Rob Roy this afternoon. With a hat-trick as well, Curry, and a hat-trick in one piece to be fair. Every single one was top draw. Really inclined to really offer too much in terms of attacking. And I'm too expensive many times actually arguing amongst themselves at times. So a really great way to finish the season.
Do you think this is now, obviously this is Gibby's first season in charge, they're in their new stadium, they've got things settled. Do you think this is a platform that they can go and build from and put in a more consistent and challenging performances next year?
Definitely. I mean, the last 10 or 11 games, I think we've won something like 7 or 8 of them, lost one and drawn a couple or whatever. If we'd had this team at the start of the season, we'd been a bit more consistent, we could be maybe challenging. So hopefully we've got a solid base to build for next season. Hopefully we can try and push for promotion next season, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it certainly that sounds a very convincing win. What about the guys who have caught the eye? You're obviously talking about the boys just scoring a hat trick there. Are they going to be attracting attention? Is there any teams sniffing about, maybe looking to take away some of the young talent that you have?
I think with anything, the more successful at this level, you do attract attention. Jordan Curry's been one of our outstanding performers got a nucleus of 3 or 4, 5 young talented players that can probably go play at a higher level. We're just hopeful we can obviously keep them because they're going to be pivotal to obviously pushing on to promotion next season. Hopefully the vision that maybe Gibby's got and the fact that we've got the Old Trafford facility and the stadium now will obviously be a bit of a draw as well. So we've got something to build towards. Like every season for every team at the moment, it's all about bringing in the right players now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gary, thank you very much for tying in. It's the end of the last show of the season, so I appreciate all your time, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you soon, and we'll be looking forward to season 25-26. Cheers, Gary. Well, it certainly sounds as if Rob Roy have obviously finished the season on a. Certainly sounds as if Rob Roy have finished the season on a high, and Gary, for one, is very hopeful for next year.
Interesting. I'm talking about pushing for promotion next year.
Yeah, that was what I took from it. Considering where they are at the moment, that'll be a big.
But it's good though. I like that. Everybody should have those aspirations. You know, you should be, and I think people connected with clubs you should be aiming as high as you possibly can. You know, and again, looking at the first division next year, if they invest correctly and well, and they've got a good manager, as we know, then who knows? You know, you wouldn't have pegged Renfrew for promotion this year, and they've went and done it. You wouldn't have said St Roch's would have been up there competing right to the very end as well. So there's nothing to stop them. You know?
I think, just when you mentioned St Roch's there, I think St Roch's under Ian Richardson could be a dark horse next year. I think this year they've thrown their hat into the ring. They're finishing 5th. Commit a blindside. Next year they won't be that unnoticed. I think they could cause a lot of problems next year.
Right. No, it'll be. You look at all those teams in the league, and even bringing in the teams that are going to be coming down and coming up, you're probably looking at it again as a league where everybody can kind of beat everybody.
Yeah.
You know, apart from, as we've said lots of times on the show so far, apart from maybe Gartcairn, if they invest heavily in the summer, they could maybe run away with it. But apart from that, I think it's fairly level, but still early days. But let's just concentrate in the here and now, I suppose. And
do you know what? And it's probably remiss of is, obviously I've been consumed by Renfrew today,
really,
but Atherley won the league. I'm on the release point, and they've still got a game to go.
Aye.
To go against Thornywood. How are Kevin Rutkiewicz has come in with the last half a dozen games or so? How do we think they're set up to go? I mean, obviously they're plus 40 in goals. They could potentially finish the season in 62 points, which would make them a 4 point.
I think they won today.
As it came through, are they playing today?
Yeah.
It's not updated on the West website.
No, they're not that quick, Des. Come on.
How do you think Atherley are going to be set up? Because when you talk about a team that's synonymous with the Premier League, Atherley are a Premier League team.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and I think it's just going to be really interesting to see what happens to that squad in the summer. I've been talking about this a couple of weeks now. Kevin's come in, not had a chance to really do anything or put his own stamp on the team or anything like that. He's really just had to game after game after game and rolling, and he's not had the chance to get the boys on the training pitch or do anything like that. And it's really, I don't know what the vibe is run about Atherley in terms of the players, whether they're happy because of the back off the field stuff, whether they're happy, whether they're not happy, whether they want to stay, whether they want to leave.
They've also got a lot of emotional and responsibility and loyalty to
but they obviously knew they weren't going to go, they couldn't leave during the season, so they were just like, right, well, let's get the job done, which they've done really comprehensively, and congratulations to them. But it's going to be interesting to see if there's players leave, and how many players leave, just because they're maybe fed up with the stuff that's on behind the scenes, or whether players say, right, let's stick it out and give Kevin a good shot. But we've said a couple of times about managers having contact lists as long as they're armed. Kevin will be exactly the same with his contacts at senior and obviously low and league level where he's managed. So I'm sure they'll be able to build a strong squad. But the caveat to that is, does the off the field problems then affect the budget that you can invest into the playing squad for competing in the Premier League next year?
Yeah, of course.
So there's a few unanswered questions around Atherley. You know, you look at them on paper and you think, right, they'll be able to compete in the Premier League, but there's a few questions that need to be answered over the summer before we can get a good handle on where they're going to be.
Yeah, no, I think for me, the issue with Athlone, as you said, is off the field, not on the field. What players have loyalty? They're under contract, they can't move. Let's get the job done. Let's see how the new manager is. Let's be honest, Kevin might not fancy a lot of the players. He might want to come in with his own wash. It'd be very harsh for a team that's won the league to be systematically broken up. But yeah, Glencairn as well, back in the Premier Division for the first time in a while. They are probably the model of consistency, aren't they? They're always a team that's in there and thereabouts. I mean, they were in a Scottish Cup final a couple of years ago. They're always chapping at the door. They don't seem to be the high flyers. They don't seem to be the guys that are under the microscope all the time. They just go about it very efficiently getting their job done.
And they have done all season. I don't think they've ever, I might be wrong, but they've been up the top and then they had a wee blip, and then, as I said, they had a great run where the managers would have been looking at the run-in that they had those last 6 games against bottom half teams and saying, right, if we can get together and put a run in here, we can go and secure this promotion. But you're right, they're a really impressive club in terms of the way that they've competed in the Premier League for so long. Dropping down last year and then coming straight back up is a massive achievement, so congratulations to them.
No, absolutely brilliant. What I'm going to try and do, I'm probably being a bit biased here, right? I'm giving Quiggs a wee bit more time. I'm going to try and get a hold of Andy Whiteford, because Andy Whiteford is going up as the champions of Neilston. So let me just see if I can get a wee chat with him.
Put a green one up, Des.
Now, if Andy doesn't answer it, he's got my blessing. I'll give it 2 more.
These boys have got other things on their mind than talking to us today,
Talking
Des.
to us, talking to us.
And who can blame them?
Absolutely.
You know, because we've all been part of winning stuff at football. There's no better feeling than getting over the line and winning something. Again, I had John Hughes, the Villa Clyde manager, on the show and on WSFL Weekly a few weeks ago, and the night before he'd been at a St Roch's reunion for their title winning team, and it was like 20 years or something like that, and he says the bond that the guys still have with each other is incredible, and these Neilston boys will have that now for the rest of their lives. You know,
100%. I mean, when Renfrew won the Scottish Cup back in the early 2000s, it's revered. These guys are absolute lords in the town, and when they come to the games, it's like everybody wants to go and talk to Big Neil Shearer. I mean, I played with Neil Shearer. Neil Shearer was that size when he was a captain of the Scottish Cup winning team at Renfrew. He was that size at 12. I used to play. He was a year above me. But aye.
And he was a good player, a hardy player. Played against him many battles when I was at Troon. He was at Coinning towards the end of his career.
Yep.
And we had many a running battle throughout the game.
And do you know what I think everybody remembers Neil as this big physical. Neil's a decent
He was a good
player.
footballer. He was.
Ball at his feet. He was a right good
He was
player.
very underestimated. I think people looked at him because of his shape or whatever and just assumed that he was just going to be and because he got a baldy head as well. And you know,
Who's that remind you?
I know, Big Sheridan at Bede got tarred with a similar
Very
kind of brush.
similar.
Do you know what I mean? But they were both very, very good footballers, and Neil was a very good passer of the ball. He could play a pass into midfield or into a striker's feet. He was very kind of stereotyped incorrectly, I felt, but we had a few ding dongs, and but always in good spirit.
Aye.
And I bump into him infrequently with his work.
He's a fireman, isn't he?
Yeah, but he does a bit of the career stuff, so I see him when I'm maybe at school events and stuff like that, career events. I'll bump into him at these, and it's great to see him. He's still the same. He's exactly the same shape now as he was then. You know,
From 12 to 50.
everybody else like me is just going out the way when we stop playing, but the big man's just he's just set, I think. But I know he was a great player. But I remember Renfrew having really good players like Alan Kinney and
Kenny.
boys like that, you know, that really good players that could score goals. So
Alan Prentice on the left hand side as well.
it'll be really interesting to see what happens in the Premier Division for them next year.
It'll be one of the questions that will.
What do you think the three teams, so Atherley, Rutherglen and Renfrew, what do you think for next year? I know it's early days, but
On current form, I would say that Atherley are probably better equipped. We're
Mhm.
going up and having a bigger fan base and experience. Rutherglen, I'm not terribly sure. Renfrew, we're going to win the league. We'll
but you look at it, so if you look at the bottom half of the Premier League just now as it stands, take out the relegated teams, your first aim is, if you come up, is to stay in the league.
want to stay 13th.
And you're looking at Shotts, Hurlford, Beath, Glenafton, Pollock, Largs. Can you see those three teams competing with those teams we've just mentioned? I probably can. You know, I don't see anybody getting detached. Put it that way.
I can see what I think the biggest thing for us, and I keep saying us, what I think the biggest thing for Renfrew is playing at Western Park. Okay, I know we get beat today, it's Celtic. We're a hard team to beat,
Mm-hmm.
and Jimmy's teams are hard teams to beat.
Mm-hmm.
I think Atherley will be confident that they can be in amongst it, and Glencairn, what they've done over the last few years as well, they'll be confident. If you take Gartcairn and Darvel out of that because of the points deductions, I think that the three teams coming up would, I think they'd be quietly confident if they get the backing that they can stay there.
Got a goal for Bonnyrigg.
Wow.
Des, apparently. Yep, 1-0 Bonnyrigg, so that's 3-2 on aggregate in that game. So tight, still 20 minutes to go. Hopefully we'll get full time by the time we're out of here at 5 o'clock tonight. But it's really tight down there. That will be interesting to see how the East Kilbride bounce back and see if they can nick a goal just to seal the tie.
Well, I'm just putting a wee call into Michael Penders, so let's see if he's able to answer a call. Fair play, Michael's too busy.
Nobody's want to talk to us today.
Nobody's
Des.
want to talk today. Listen, I'm going to phone Quiggs.
You're going to phone him, see what he says.
Aye.
He'll surely answer to you. You're his pal, aren't you?
Well, let's see what oh, Michael's phoning in, we'll just answer this.
Oh, here we go.
Michael, congratulations. Michael, congratulations. It was never in doubt, was it? I take it that's my good friend Tony. You better not say to his wife, who's Larry? Listen, we've been, certainly I've been in PG's obviously he's not here today, he's got a family commitment, he's been sitting in the Port Glasgow side of the fence. I've obviously nailed my colours to the next side of the fence. To a club that's 2 years old and to go not just get promotion but to win a championship, these things don't come along too often. It's got to be something that you and the guys have got to cherish and have got to take that moment to absorb.
Michael, Johnny Bailey, just wanted to say congratulations. I'm sitting in the studio with a Knightswood top on that Des has produced at his kit bag, so I've not got any questions or anything like that for you. I just want to say congratulations, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and look forward to talking to you soon, mate.
Johnny, listen, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Listen, thanks to you guys for the coverage all year and all the support as well. I know these fellas in a port camp and I'm alright with that. But I appreciate everything you've done for the game as well. It's massive. Thank you and listen, hope to see you guys soon.
Michael, I'll just finish it off by saying you shouldn't be talking to two idiots like us at this moment in time. Do you know what? You go, enjoy yourself, thoroughly well deserved, not just to you but to the players, the guys that back you, your committee. Tony, thank you very much for your talk. I told you we'd get it on today, we'll put it there, but I'll leave you with just a couple of words. Knightswood, champions of the league.
Much appreciated. Thanks, guys.
All the very best, Michael. Enjoy your night. Tell you what, that was a very relaxed championship manager's
he's obviously-
reaction. Do you think it's maybe just he's taking a wee bit of time for himself just to let it sink in?
He's obviously composed himself pretty well. Just a wee update for Craig saying it's still 0-0 at Bonnyrigg. I got an alert on my phone to say it was 1-0, but it's maybe incorrect. So thanks for keeping us right, Craig. I'll just rely on you from now on. I won't rely on the internet, so make sure you keep us posted. But
Why do people tell lies on the internet?
I know, Russian disinformation, I think. But it's Michael sounds he sounds a bit hoarse as well. Do you know what I mean? There's obviously been a lot of screaming, a lot of singing in that dressing room and
I
stuff.
think there's a lot of relief in there as well.
Oh, definitely. When you start the season as they did, where they won however many games in a row, and then you fall back a bit and people start saying, oh, is that the wheels falling off? Are they going to struggle? Are they going to win the league or whatever? And then to go and see it out, and to see it out fairly comfortably, as they have done, then it will be a relief. You know yourself as a coach, as a manager, when you win games and you win things, usually the overriding feeling you get is relief. And then maybe an hour or so, a day or so later, you can then really enjoy get the enjoyment out of it. But straight away, you're just, when you've been at the top end of the table for so long, it's just getting over that line, and they've done it.
Totally agree. Listen, guys, we've got 25 minutes just about to go. We'll run an advert break. So what we'll do, Johnny and I will take a wee 2-minute break, and we will be straight.
Socials or visit CameronCommercials.com. When you need a van,
And we're back. So we've got 24 minutes left. Right, I'm going to try and make the impossible call.
Who?
Mr. Quigley. Let me see if he is able to answer this. Now, I can imagine what New Western Park's going to be like at this moment in time, and I can understand what it's going to be like.
Chaos in the streets of Renfrew.
Mr. Quigley, how are you? You can't get any bolder, Jimmy. But first of all, how is it feeling? Right, let's just get nuts to bolts. After a game like that, how are you feeling?
So disappointed in the game. I think only the last game having got one back to back series as much as we try to change process and stuff to see maybe we thought just couldn't get going at all. Whereas Peasy were good, they were sharp, moved the ball out well and deserved the winners for the day. So I kept everybody together after that. And the lucky just to the right
See, at the end of the day, it was the result that counted, not the score. The result was obviously we knew what Renfrew had to do, we knew what St Roch's had to do. It's not about how you get across the line, it's about getting across the line, and at the end of the day it says Renfrew promoted at the side of that league. So that's got to be far outweighing any disappointment and any sort of contradiction of how you felt the team played. Oh, completely agree. And obviously, you know my affiliation. I know exactly what the committee do behind the scenes for you. They don't put the club in jeopardy. They've been there before. They provide you with everything that they can, and that's your unique selling point to any players that you're going to be speaking to this summer. And I'm sure you've obviously got eyes on a couple of guys. Is that what you'll be selling it to them? Saying, come here, we'll give you the opportunity, we'll look after you, and you're going to be playing in the Premier League.
Absolutely. That is the big selling point. So we think that next week as well, whether we get a get active at the pitch feeling, because it's looking tired and old. So the way we try to play the style of football we try and implement, the pitch doesn't really suit it. So a brand new surface in the Premier League is a massive selling point rather than the reason. Because the budget isn't as big as everybody else's, Des, you know you're getting the right person in that wants to be here for that reason, and you know just come and say, well, you get as much money as possible. And I think that bodes well for the
Oh, completely. And a question I was asked was that with us going to the Premier League, do you think it'll have much of an impact on the crowd that comes to watch us? Do you think we'll get more?
It's not today, really busy today, so I think if you're going to bring quality sides down, put on a good show. Football-wise, I think it's a good thing, Premier League. I don't know if just because it's done it, but a well-supported club when we are successful. We see when we've done the double 2 years ago, we were well-supported. The game of the Scottish, we were well-supported, so it'd be good to get everybody back involved in a really good environment. We've got the Celtic Club to get one up, so we're trying to involve the full community, hopefully by getting into the Premier League now, so get more people to the game.
Jimmy, it's Johnny. Just want to say congratulations. A massive achievement. So well done to you and everybody there. How do you think it compares to your achievements as a player, Jimmy, doing it as a manager? We were talking during the show, and I was saying when you're involved in coaching or managing, you tend to appreciate the effect it has on the whole club or community. Whereas when you're playing, you can be quite insular. How does it feel as the manager of the club rather than a player?
Jimmy, I'm going to let you go to get back to the teams and celebrations, and what I'll say is I'll probably be in about an hour and I'll catch you up, alright mate? Thanks a lot, Jimmy. Take
Cheers,
care.
Jimmy. Again, sounds pretty calm.
I was more going to say that's probably a first, Jimmy saying you'll buy a beer.
Hold him to it.
Well, no, listen, I'll buy him a beer and congratulations.
I don't think Jimmy will need to buy any beers, put it that way.
Jimmy is now, as I told you, Jimmy's going to be...
They'll get a statue up and round for Jimmy.
he'll get whatever he wants in Renfrew. This will be the long. I hope Jimmy's getting one day off work. Let's just say that. But no, I'm delighted. Congratulations to Jimmy Quigley. What do you think, Renfrew? How do you think? We spoke about the 3 teams going up.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think they're situated to cope next year?
I think obviously Atherley and Rutherglen have got the more. I've probably got the kind of recent experience of the league in competing, but I think it's going to be a really even league next year, providing Clydebank don't come back down, or go up. Sorry, never mind come down, but go up. So I think it's going to be a fairly even league. But I think the way Jimmy's got Renfrew playing, as you said, on that park, and the way they play football, they could surprise a few teams, you know, and really take a few teams by surprise. Rutherglen, I think Rutherglen will be Rutherglen, but they'll win some games and they'll lose some games. It's just the way they seem to be in the Premier League. But I think they'll be there or thereabouts in terms of kind of bottom half. And as we spoke earlier about Atherley, just see what happens in the summer with Atherley when they make a judgment towards the end of the season. But I can't see any reason why all 3 don't go in and compete, put it that way.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I also thought it was interesting saying I was there when the new stadium was created and new pitch, so that was 10 years ago. Having a new playing surface at New Westland Park, because it is used massively. They've got a huge youth structure behind them. They've got the girls. They hold Sunday football for the Paisley Johnston District Youth Leagues as well. So there's maximum use of the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
To have a new surface, as what Jimmy said, the way they try and play football, a new pitch will suit them, because when I've seen it a couple of times this year, the ball's hitting the surface and it's running away.
Mm-hmm.
And you know yourself, when Astro's flat and it's a bit like Kilmarnock to an extent, it's more difficult to play football on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a new surface will be massive for them for this next season.
Aye, and hopefully they get that grant to relay that surface, because it does make a big difference. You know yourself, you go to some AstroTurf parks and they're atrocious to play on. You know, they're just not enjoyable whatsoever. But yet you go to others that are fantastic. You know, it's still not my preference. I'd still rather have all the teams playing in grass, but I get the need for it and the community aspect of it as well. So I've got absolutely no problem with it. It's just my personal preference. But I hope they get that grant and they can get that surface relayed.
I think the biggest thing we'll both mentioned it's the community use that's massive.
Aye, you can't overstate that, and it's the way that all teams need to go, especially when you're talking about licences and stuff like that. You need to have these youth pathways in place and stuff, and you need to be able to have your own facility that these youth teams can come and play. It's so important in modern football. So no, I think it'd be good to see that get relayed. Craig just said in the last 5 minutes still 0-0 at Bonnyrigg.
If it's still 0-0, I would think that's potentially it. East Kilbride, hopefully in the next couple of minutes, should be confirmed as a senior SPFL side.
And good for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for them.
And again, we talk about changes. The East Kilbride need to make a lot of changes.
No.
You know?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Not to that squad. Again, you go back to looking at the times when they've played against higher level opposition this season. I would say that the games they've dropped points in the lower league this season is probably, I would say the lower league's probably too easy for them.
Complacency.
You know, complacency, stepping in. So you watch them against Ayr United. I think they played Airdrie as well. I think Airdrie gave them a bit of a doing at the start of the season in the Challenge Cup, and then they did well against them in one of the cups later on. I think. I think I might be right. But again, against Ayr United, they were outstanding. I don't look at that squad and say you need to improve that squad massively to go into SPFL 2.
See, to be honest, I look at that squad and I don't even think it's a Division 2 team.
Probably.
I don't think it's a Division 2 team.
You know, now knowing Mick as well, I don't know him, but knowing him from watching him from afar in terms of football wise, I do think there will be comings and goings there. I think that's just his nature. I think he always wants to try and bring the best players to the club. He's not afraid of moving players on and bringing other ones in if need be. But if he can add one or two probably real bits of quality. I think a big difference this year, they brought Dyer O'Connor in from Ireland when he came back over from Ireland. I watched him when he was at Ayr United and I thought there was a player there. And I don't know circumstances or whatever, but I thought that was a massive bit of business for them to get him in. So if he's able to attract players of that quality, then who says they can't be up the top end of the League Two?
I think from what I've watched them, I think the boy Jack Leach, Scott Leach's son, he's such a driving force in the field. He's a real leader. He's somebody who puts his effort in every single week. He's somebody that's always there. Ferguson up front as well. I don't think there's a lot of tweaking needing to be done to be competitive. To be competitive next season. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on. I'm just trying again here, see if I can get a wee, probably not, see if I can get a wee word out of Andy Whiteford.
He's definitely know what to talk to you, Des.
Do you know what? Do you know what this sounds like? It sounds like when I phone my missus.
No, he's not having it. He's not having it. He's too busy.
And quite rightly too.
The streets in Euston will be.
So we spoke about Renfrew, Atherley and Glencairn going up. So let's look at obviously the second division. So
Yep.
Neilston. Oh, that's just dropped off there. So we've got Neilston, we've got Muirkirk, and we've got
Whitlets. Yep.
Who's the best equipped to stay up?
Off the
And,
top of
in fact, are all three equipped to stay up?
I think they are. I think they are for different reasons. I think Neilston are a solid squad that will be able to compete. I think Whitlets will bring in players and will be backed probably financially to go and improve the squad.
Is this through the new ownership?
Through the new kind of chairman, but I think they've been backed fairly well. They brought a lot of players in since Graham Neal's come into the club. They've brought a lot of players in. They brought the likes of Jason Walker back from Auchinleck.
Big signing.
They've brought Scott Patterson from Darvel, you know, who was at Maybole at the start of the season.
Yeah.
You know, boys like that. They've obviously got Jordan Boyd who score goals for fun. So I think they're well equipped, and also I think Muirkirk have just got that togetherness and bit about them that they won't fear anybody, you know, and they'll just go anywhere, anytime, and they'll go and play.
The bit I fear for Muirkirk is how many of the guys stay there next year. How many vultures are going to be coming around the team.
But again, I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier, because
Is it loyalty to the manager
I would imagine Ross has probably brought all of those players to that squad
from the Bens?
from all over,
Yeah.
you know, and they've went on this journey together. They've went to Larkhall today, which is a really tough place to go and win 2-0. They've got promoted. Why would you want to leave? Unless somebody comes and chaps your door and offers you a fortune or offers you an opportunity to go and play at another club. And if you're going, I don't think those type of boys that are there, that are going to get their heads turned by a fortune, will be playing at Muirkirk, knowing Ross the wee bit that I do. So unless it's like a top team, why would you leave?
Well, in my personal opinion, and again it's not my personal opinion, if I've just won promotion with Muirkirk and done something for Muirkirk that's never been known, certainly nowadays within football, I'm showing loyalty to my manager. As you said, unless I'm getting picked up by a top half Premier League team, I'm staying where I am.
Well, definitely. And I think we'll see that. I genuinely think we'll see that.
Yeah, I hope we do. I really, really hope we do.
But I think they'll all compete in that first division. Again, talking as we did earlier, I can't see anybody running away with that first division unless Gartcairn throw the cash at it and then bring in some real quality, and then obviously Yoker dropping out with St Anthony's and Craig Martin going into the third division.
You've got Maybole, obviously, a good friend at charge there. I'm anticipating that'll be an entirely different squad that George is going to be working with next year.
I think so. This season's just about, when he came into the job, it was just about getting a team on the park first and foremost. He was having to call in favours right, left and centre. You know, it's been a real difficult time for him down there. A load of players getting sold or moved on that he didn't have much control over, just to try and balance the books and get the club, get a team on the park. So it's been a real, you can't underestimate how difficult it's been for him down there for the start of the season. And I'm not just saying that because he's my mate, but next season he's shown he can do it. He done it last year at Lugar when they went down and he brought them straight back up. So he's shown that if you give him backing to go and get the right players, he can build a team that can win promotion. So I'm sure that'll be his aim next year.
And what about Blantyre and Ashfield? How do you think they'll?
Don't know too much about them, to be honest, Des. I'm going to be honest. I'm not too sure about either of those, but I know that Ashfield have just changed their manager, haven't they?
They've went with the 20s manager
aye.
for next season.
So I would imagine that that would signal their approach to it. So that could go one or two ways. They could either have really, I don't know much about their 20s, or they've got a strong youth set up at Ashfield. I think they've got a good setup, but whether they're a strong team, I'm not sure. So it'll be interesting to see how they approach it and how they go about it. And like I say, Blantyre, I don't know too much about, I'm afraid. I'm not sure. But then I know, just going from this season, they've been capable of the odd decent result. So they've obviously got talent in that squad that can go and win games.
Give me 2 seconds, we've got a wee phone call coming in here. Andy, it's Des, how you doing? I'm very good, but I'm suspecting that you're feeling far, far more happy than I am. Just let's say it, Neilston champions of the league. Well, as you quite rightly said, at the end of the season it says 30 games played for all teams, and the team at the top of that list is Neilston. So you've got to go and enjoy that. You can only take the plaudits. You know more than anybody. Guys can through their whole careers without winning a medal, so it must be an absolute brilliant moment for you and your players. No, absolutely. And as you said, off-field problems obviously signify how much you should appreciate these moments. I'd said to you earlier in the week when I'd sent you a couple of messages, what does this mean to the town of Neilston as well? Atherley getting promoted, Neilston getting promoted. This should only try and get the locals out more and come and support what's on their doorstep. Well, do you know what? I'm not going to take any more moments away from you. You go and enjoy the rest of the moments you can remember for the rest of the night, and go and enjoy. And congratulations to you, all the guys, and all the committee up at Briggerlee. Take care, Andy. All the best. Enjoy your evening. Again, another manager so composed and so relaxed.
Absolutely. And congratulations to him. Just I know we've only got 4 minutes left of the show, but that's full time at Bonnyrigg 0-0. So East Kilbride promoted to League Two, so congratulations to Mick Kennedy and the guys at East Kilbride on their promotion.
Absolutely fantastic. Do you know what? I'm not even going to bother trying for him, Mick, because again, I'm sure he's got far too
Oh.
many more important things. Right, before we wrap up, which has been a bit of that's been a learning experience, Johnny, hasn't it?
That's what it's all about, Des. You know what I mean? It's just next time you'll be an expert. But listen, I think it's as I said earlier, two guys that no experience in radio to try and put a show on for 4 hours. I think it's went okay. I think we've enjoyed talking football, and hopefully the guys people that have been listening and commenting YouTube and stuff like that have enjoyed us just having a bit of banter about the game that we love.
That's it. Hey, listen, and feel free to comment, slag us, whatever you want. Stick it on WhatsApp, stick it on Twitter, whatever you mean. That's Sat Football Live or 07936 717 412. Let's just look at the featured fixtures. Now, Paul is always talking about how he gets battered every week. So, Johnny, now that I'm in the hot seat for once, Renfrew, Petershill, we both went Renfrew. So, we're both wrong. Colwyn, St Rochs, we both went a draw.
We've had it. Aye, so we've got that right, haven't we?
Yeah, we did. Lanark, Whitlets, we both went Lanark.
Aye.
So we get that one wrong.
My reverse jinx has worked perfectly here.
Yeah.
Because I wanted Whitlets and Muirkirk both to work.
So I went Muirkirk and you went Larkham.
Aye. Does that mean you beat me?
Yoker Nielsen, we both went Nielsen.
Uh-huh.
Bonnyrigg and East Kilbride, you went Bonnyrigg, I went a draw.
Oh, Des, you've hammered me. It's okay, it's fine. So at least, regardless of how the shows went, you finished on a real positive note.
And
know,
it
which
just
is
goes
the
to
main
show,
thing.
see the guy that sits in this seat?
He's not got a clue.
He's not got a
He
clue.
might be able to work a computer and be able to make adverts
What
come
does
on
he-
and stuff
what
like
does-
that.
What does he know about football?
I don't, well, more than me by the sounds of it, but listen, I was just reverse jinxing it all over the place. But Des, thanks very much, mate. Honestly, I think you've done a great job today under the circumstances, and it's been good. I've enjoyed being in talking with you. My throat is absolute agony, but I've really enjoyed it.
Ah, it's been great. Listen, you're talking to, we're not pretending to be professional journalists. We're not talking to be professional or anything. We're just two guys that enjoy football. We think we know what we're talking about occasionally, but 4 hours just flies in like that. End of the day, congratulations to Atherley, League Champions, Rutherglen, promotion, Renfrew, promotion, Nielsen, League winners, Whitlets, promotion, Muirkirk, promotion, all on the final day of the season.
Brilliant. And
Champions.
three as well.
Three promotion and Knightswood crown champions.
Yep.
And we've both got our resplendent tops on, me in my Renfrew jersey, my good friend Johnny wearing